prosperity of Nigeria. Amen. Chief Whip. Acting Chief Whip of the day. This is your acting majority whip speaking. Order. Distinguished senators, please take your seats. The president is waiting to start off. Order. Super order. Senator Dino, take your seat. Distinguished Senator Abdullah Adamu, please stay where you are. Don't come and make trouble here. Order. Distinguished senators, please take your seats. Distinguished senators, take your seats, please. Order. Acting Chamber, is the chamber ready? Let us. Order. Leader, please take your seat. Leader, take your seat, please. We are waiting for you. And you only. Leader, take your seat, please. Now we will wait for. Mr. President, sir, the Senate is ready to start off.
Thank you very much, the Acting Chief Whip. Votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 20th July 2016. Page 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 244. Senator Dillon, I will soon refer you to Psalm 245, 246. Senator Mokufi, yeah, what page?
That will resolve. I can speak with my campaign voice. Clause 1, Mr. Chairman, establishment, mandate and institute should be capital letters. Clause 1, 244, Clause 1, establishment and mandate of the institute. Mandate and institute should be capital letters. Mandate and institute should be capital letters. Have you seen it?
Where is that, sir?
Next ball I.
Secretary, take note. 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, 255, 256. Senator Bukar Mustafa.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, my name is Mustafa Bukar, representing Katsina North. I stand to move the motion for the adoption of the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 20th July 2016. I so move.
Senator Matthew Ogidi.
I am Senator Matthew Urogide, Edo South Senatorial District. I rise to second the motion ably moved by Senator Bukaba that the votes and proceedings for Wednesday, 20th July 2016 be adopted. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 20th July 2016 be approved as amended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Votes and proceedings of 20th July 2016 is hereby approved. Announcements. Letter from Mr. President. Distinguished Senate President, request for confirmation of the chairman and members of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC. In accordance with provision of Section 22A of the NDDC Act 2000, I hereby present the following nominees to the board of Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, for confirmation by the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. 1. Senator Victor Ndomegba, CON, position Chairman, Cross River State. Isima Ekere, Managing Director, Akwa Ibom State. Engineer Ajuebe Enjenekwa Samuel, Executive Director, Project, Delta State. Mene Neya Derek, Executive Director of Finance and Administration, River State. Honorable Donatus Eina, Member, Abia State. Frank Samuel George, Member, Akwa Ibom State. Professor Bambafra Nelson, Member, Bayelsa State. Sylvester Effiom Nsa, Cross River State Member. Dr. Ogoga Fowodo, Member, Delta State. Honorable Welekwe Saturday, Member, Edo State. Senator Osita Bonafero Zonasho, Member, Imo State. Olatokunbo Ayotunde Ajasi, Member, Ondo State. Harry Iboroma Daibi, Member, River State. Dabibi, Member, River State. Air Commodore Bernard Bamfa, Member, North Central Zone. Yaya Mohammed, Member, North East Zone. Mustafa Dankadai, Member, Northwest Zone. Mr. Igo Weli, Member, Niger Delta. Dr. Mahmoud Issa Dutse, Member, Federal Ministry of Finance. Mr. Abdul Kazim Kasim Bayero, Member, Federal Ministry of Environment. I hope that the request will receive the usual expeditious consideration and confirmation of the distinguished senators. Please accept the assurances of my highest regards. Yours sincerely, Muhammadu Buhari. Announcement. Letter from Mr. President. Dear distinguished Senate President, confirmation of the appointment of justices of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. In accordance with Section 231, subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, I have the pleasure to forward for your confirmation the nomination of 1 Honorable Justice Ejembi Eko, JCA, North Central, Benue State. Honorable Justice Amina A. Aogi, Northwest, Kebbi State, as Justices of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. Please accept, Mr. President of Senate and decisions, the assurances of my esteemed consideration. Yours sincerely, Muhammadu Buhari. Announcement. The Conference Committee on a Bill for an Act to provide for the establishment of the Federal University of Petroleum Resources, Reform, and the other matters connected. The following members: Senator Bintamasi Garba, Chairman; Senator Manuel Bacha, Member; Senator Omogwa Yele, Member; Senator John Eno, Member; Senator Samuel Egu, Member; and Senator Joseph Jare, Member. Petitions.
Senator Abdullah Adam, please take your seat.
Petitions. Point of order, Ben Bruce.
Point of order. Mr. President, Ben Bruce, Bayelsa East, distinguished senators. May I read Order 42? The matter for discussion shall, if possible, be referred to the President of the Senate before commencement of today's sitting, and the President of the Senate shall refuse to allow the claim unless he is satisfied that the matter is definitely urgent. The issue is about the urgent evacuation of trapped Nigerians in war-torn South Sudan.
The distinguished senator, I thought you wanted to come under personal explanation, because otherwise we'll have to refer to next legislative day, and that will be in September.
I'll come under personal explanation. 43. By the indulgence of the Senate and the leave of the President of the Senate, the Senator may make a personal explanation, and although there may be no questions before the Senate, but no controversial matter may be brought forward, nor may debate arise upon the explanation. The terms of the proposed statement shall be submitted in detail to the President of the Senate when his leave to make it is sought.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. There is a need to urgently evacuate trapped Nigerians in war-torn South Sudan. We note that there is a civil war currently raging in South Sudan. Also note that lots of Nigerians reside in this country. Aware that other African countries, notably Kenya, Uganda, Zimbabwe, etc., have evacuated their citizens from this war-torn country, worrying that Nigeria is the only country left to evacuate our own citizens. Informed that Nigerians who ran to the Nigerian embassy in Juba, rather than being admitted and assisted by the authorities, were subjected to questions and answer sessions about their immigration status and were subsequently dismissed. Regrets that as we speak in this hallowed chamber, the fate of Nigerians in South Sudan is unknown and there are no indications that they have been evacuated. Result: 1. Summon the Minister of Foreign Affairs to explain to these hallowed chambers why Nigerians are abandoned in this war-torn country of South Sudan. 2. Mandate the Senate Committee on Diaspora and Non-Governmental Organizations.
Order. You are not moving a motion. You are just giving explanation.
Mandate Senate Committee on Diaspora and Non-Governmental Organizations to carry out holistic investigations of what transpired between Nigeria and South Sudan and the Nigerian embassies abroad.
Distinguished colleagues, Senator Ben Murray Bruce came to discuss this matter with me, and I think that in Canada rules there will be no debate, but as director we will get the message across to the relevant ministry to see that this kind of thing doesn't happen and action can be taken promptly to address the matter. Thank you. Leader of the Senate.
Point of order.
Point of order, Senator David Jumo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my name is David Umaru. I represent Niger East. Mr. President, I have a petition. I have two petitions, Mr. President.
You have what? We have passed that too. We'll come another time. Leader of the Senate.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Point of order, Senator Jufasi.
Mr. President, I want to rely on Rule 43. Can I read, Mr. President?
Go ahead.
By the indulgence of the Senate and the leave of the President of the Senate, a senator will make a personal explanation, although there may be no question before the Senate, but no controversial matter may be brought forward, nor may debate arise upon the explanation. The terms of the proposed statement shall be submitted in detail to the President of the Senate when he is leave to make it sought. Mr. President, can I go ahead, sir?
Go ahead. We want him to stop.
Okay.
Go ahead, let me.
Senatorial district between 2002 to 2007. Senator James Olagunju Kolawole was born on the 12th of December 1939. He attended the 7-day Adventist Primary School, Oto-Ekiti, from 1946 to 1953, after which he proceeded to the Teachers Training College and eventually the University of Ibadan, from where he graduated with Bachelor's of Arts degree in History in June 1966. He also attended the Royal Institute of Administration in London, from where he obtained a postgraduate diploma in public administration. He later bagged a master's degree in public administration from the then University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, in 1984. After his university education, he taught briefly at Moba Grammar School, Oto Ekiti, where from June 1966 to 1967. He thereafter served as an education officer between January 1968 to December 1971. He joined the services of University of Ibadan and rose to the rank to the position of Principal Assistant Registrar in 1997. He was the Secretary to National Library Board of Nigeria from 1977 to 1980. He was also the pioneer registrar of Ondo State Polytechnic Award, now Rufus Giwa Polytechnic, from 1980 to 1992. He was visiting fellow at the Public Administration Department of Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, where he lectured postgraduate diploma students in public administration between 1993 to December 1994. After retirement, he became the caretaker committee chairman of Moba local government, Oto Ekiti, from 1994 to 1996. He was appointed the director representing Ekiti State in Ondo State Investment Corporation Akure from September 1999 to January 2000. He became a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in January 2000, stood a by-election and was re-elected in May 2003 and remained in the Senate until May 2007. While in the Senate, he served as the vice chairman of the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, a member Senate Committee on Labor and Productivity. Senator James Kolawole died on Thursday, 2nd June 2006, and he will be buried on Thursday, 11 August 2016. Mr. President, I urge the Senate to observe a minute silence in honor of late Senator James Kolawole. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished colleagues, Senator George brought it to my attention the passing away of one of our former colleagues who served both Ekiti State and Nigeria very well. Our condolences to the family, to the good people of Ekiti State, and to the government of Ekiti State, and that is going to pray for his soul and for the family. And like us to rise up for 1 minute silence in honor of Senator James Kolawole. Thank you.
May his gentle soul rest in perfect peace. Amen.
Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the first business of the day is the presentation of the report of the Joint Committee on Science and Technology and Defense on the Defense Space Agency Establishment, etc., Bill 2016. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Robert Boroface, Chairman of the committee, to move the motion for the Senate to receive the report.
Senator Boroface.
Mr. President, thank you for inviting me to raise the motion. I'm Senator Boroface, representing Ondo North Senatorial District. I do move that the Senate receives the report of the Joint Committee on Science and Technology and Defense on the Defense Space Agency Establishment, etc., Bill 2016 SB 166. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Raju Rasaki.
President, my name is Senator Fatima Turaju Rasaki. I represent Ekiti Central Senatorial District. I hereby second the motion as moved by my distinguished senator. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that the Senate do receive a report of the Joint Committee on Science and Technology and Defense on the Defense Space Agency Establishment Bill 2015, SB 160, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Professor, candidate the report.
Senator Kume, please go back to your seat. Stop harassing the Deputy Majority Leader.
Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the second business of the day is still presentation of report of the Committee on Police Affairs on the Traffic Warden Service Bill 2016. Mr. President, we may wish to invite distinguished Senator Abu Ibrahim, Chairman of the committee, to move the motion for the Senate to receive the report.
Senator Abu Ibrahim.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Abu Ibrahim, representing Katsina South. I move that the Senate do receive the report of the Committee on Police Affairs on the Traffic Warden Service Bill 2016. So I move, Mr. President.
Senator Samibu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remain Senator Sam Ewu, representing Ebonyi North. I rise to support the motion as moved by the distinguished Senator Abu Ibrahim. I so support.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that the Senate do receive the report of the Committee on Police on the Traffic Warden Service Bill 2016 SB 100 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Abu Ibrahim, can you lay the report? Leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, the third business of the day is the presentation of report of the Joint Committee on Information and National Orientation and Trade and Investment on the unwholesome practices by Multi-Choice Nigeria DSTV. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Eina Abaribe, Chairman of the committee, to move the motion for the Senate to receive the report.
Senator Abaribe.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Eina Abaribe. I represent Abia South, and I wish to seek the support of my distinguished colleagues to present or to lay this report on the unwholesome practices by Multi-Choice Nigeria, DSTV. I so expect so.
Senator Jola Lamileko.
I said. Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished honorable colleague, Adiola Solomon Olamilekon, representing Lagos West Senatorial District, the largest senatorial district in Nigeria in terms of population. I rise to second the motion as moved by Senator Abaribe. I so second, Mr. President.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that the Senate do receive the report of the Joint Committee on Information and National Orientation and Trade and Investment on unwholesome practices by Multi-Choice Nigeria DSTV say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Abaribe, come and lead the report, please. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, The fourth business of the day is still presentation of report of the Committee on Interior on the Nigerian Peace Corps Bill 2016. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Bayero Nafada, former Deputy Speaker, Chairman of the Committee, to move the motion for the Senate to receive the report.
Senator Bayero Nafada.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Usman Bayero Nafada, Gombe North. May I move that the Senate do receive the report of the Committee on Interior on the Nigerian Peace Corps Bill 2016. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Gershom Bassi, Cross River South.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gershom Bassi, Cross River South Senatorial District. I rise to second the motion moved by Senator Nafada. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that the Senate do receive the report of the Committee on Interior on the Nigerian Peace Corps established etc. Bill 2016, SB 173 and SB 183, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Bayero Nafada, come and lead the report. Thank you. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, there is a lot of order coming from the other side. Which other side? This side. Order, Olujimi. He's our former member. Order, please. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the first order of the day is a motion requesting the Senate to consider the request of Mr. President for the confirmation of the nomination of the following appointments as career ambassadors designate in accordance with Section 171(1), 2, C, and D of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended. 1. Obinna Chukwumeka A. 2. Salisu Umar. 3. Inyang Udo Inyang. 4. Okeke Vivian Nwaka. 5. Liman Munir. 6. Eben Jane Ada. 7. Mohammed Hassan Hassan. 8. Martin Nyong Koban. 9. Janet Omoleba Olisa. 10. Atekbeje S. Sunday. 11. Olatunde Ade Esan. 12. Lilian Ejechuku Ono. 13. Manager Tula Isa. 14. Ngozi Okaide. 15. Bello Kazore Husseini. 16. Enoch Pia Duchi. 17. Garba Baba. 18. Usman Bakori Aliu. 19. Umar Zainab Salisu. 20. Momo Saidu Umeza. 21. Kadri A. Audu. 22. Balogun Hakim. 23. Inusa Ahmed. 24. Ibrahim Isa. 25. Bankole Edegbo Eya Adeoye. 26. Ibidapo Oba Ola Oluwasegun. 27. Ogundero Sikirat. 28. Eric A. Belgram. 29. Atahiru Haliru. 30. Ramatu A. Dunoma. 31, Musa Usman Mamman. 32, Kabiru Bala. 33, Adamu O. Shaibu. 34, D.A. Agem. 35, T.K. Gungulong. 36, Ibrahim Hamza. 37, Kesi Wachuku. 38, Q.I. Olu. 39, E.K. Oguntu Ase. 40, A.I. Paragolda. 41, L.A. Gashagar. 42, Olufemi Abi Koye. 43, Abu Abubakar G. Garba. 44, Rabiu Akau. 45, Menye Udo. 46, Odeka Janet Bishop. And 47, Shonaike Odikumbi Abibat. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, for the purpose of this motion on the order paper is for the request of Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief to be referred to the relevant committee for further legislative action. I therefore move that the request of Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief be referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs for further legislative action. I so move.
What's the observation? Secretary, I take note. Leader.
Distinguished colleagues, Your Excellency, I rise to second the motion as moved by the Senate leader. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that the Senate do consider the request of Mr. President on the confirmation of the ambassador designate in accordance with Section 171C, subsection 4 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The matter is referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs for further legislative action and report back promptly. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the second order of the day is a motion requesting the Senate to consider the request of Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief on the budget of the following agencies and corporations of the Federal Government of Nigeria in accordance with provisions of the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2017. And let me say that this is the first time the government of change is presenting a budget of one Bureau of Public Enterprise, two National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, 3 Nigerian Airspace Management Agency, 4 Nigerian Shippers Council, 5 National Maritime Authority, 6 Raw Materials Research and Development Council, 7 National Sugar Development Council, 8 Nigerian Postal Service, 9 Nigerian Ports Authority, 10 Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, 11 Securities and Exchange Commission, 12 Nigerian Tourism Development Corporation, 13 National Commission, National Communication Commission, 14 National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, 15 Nigerian Customs Service, 16 National Broadcasting Commission, 17 National Insurance Commission, 18 News Agency of Nigeria, 19 Nigerian Copyright Commission, 20 Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, 21 Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, 22
Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, 23, Federal Inland Revenue Service, 24, Nigerian Immigration Service, 25, Electricity Regulation Commission, 26, Central Bank of Nigeria, 27, Radio Nigeria, 28, Nigerian Housing Authority, 29, Nigerian Television Authority, 30, National Automotive Design and Development Council, 31, Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Authority, 32, National Business and Technical Examination Board, 33, Federal Mortgage Bank, 34, National Environmental Standard and Regulation Enforcement Agency, 35, Industrial Training Fund, 36, Corporate Affairs Commission, 37, Standard Organization of Nigeria, and 38, Oil and Gas Free Zone Authority. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the purpose of this motion on the order paper is for the request of Mr. President to be referred to the relevant committee for further legislative action. I therefore move that this Senate do consider the request of Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief on the budget of the following, the mentioned agencies and corporations of the federal government of Nigeria be referred to relevant committees. And I want to say again, Mr. President, this is the first time the government of state is presenting this budget, and therefore the government must be commended for this action so that the difference will be noted. I so move.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Mr. President, I do not want to join issues with the Senate leader because whether we like it or not, in the first place, there's always a first time to something. There were other things that we did that were first, and that some of them is the benefit to which we are seeing, which the change has embraced. And I want to say that though it is an incomplete document, we are awaiting the Senate leader to get full, comprehensive, complete documents for us. While saying that, Your Excellency, let me now second the motion that the Senate, Your Excellency, let me second the motion that this budget of these various parastatals be committed to the committees so that they can do justice to the budget of the various agencies, and that they should bring it within the time limit and let them show us that indeed we're in a change government, otherwise there's change the change. Thank you, Your Excellency.
After that, I put the questions. Those in favor that the Senate do consider the request of Mr. President on the budget of the agencies and corporation as read, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The request is now referred to Bureau of Public Enterprises, Committee on Privatization, Nigeria Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, Science and Technology, Nigeria Airspace Management Aviation, Shippers Council, Maritime Marine, Raw Material Research and Development Science and Technology, Sugar Development Council, Industry, Postal Services Communication, Nigerian Post Authority Marine, Federal Airport Authority Aviation, Security and Exchange Commission Capital Market, Tourism Development Corporation Culture and Tourism, National Communication Commission Communication, Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Council Health, Custom Exile Customs, Broadcasting Commission Information, Insurance Commission Banking, Insurances and other financial institutions, News Agency of Nigeria Information, Nigerian Corporate Commission Judiciary Human Rights, Nigerian National Petroleum Commission Downstream Petroleum, Nigerian Deposit Insurance Company Banking, Insurance and other financial institutions, Civil Aviation Authority, Aviation, Inland Revenue Service, Finance, Immigration Service, Interior, Electricity Regulation Commission, Power, still, Central Bank, Banking, Insurance, and other financial institutions, Radio Nigeria Information, Federal Housing Authority, Housing, Nigeria Television Authority, Information, Automotive Design and Development Council, Industry, Nigeria Nuclear Regulatory Science and Technology, Nigeria Business and Technical Exams Board, Education, Federal Mortgage Bank, Insurance, Bank Insurance, Environment Standards and Regulatory Enforcement, Environment, Training, Industrial Training for Industry, Corporate Affairs Commission, Trade and Investment, Standard Organization of Nigeria Industry, Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority, Trade and Investment. Forward to these committees for further legislative action. Leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. The third order of the day is the briefing by the Minister of Finance on the monetary and fiscal policies adopted to salvage the current economic situation in the country. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, you recall that yesterday the Senate resolved to invite the Minister of Finance to appear before the Senate today to brief this distinguished Senate on the monetary fiscal policies adopted to salvage the current economic situation in the country. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, in order to carry out this exercise and in conformity with our Standing Order 17 of that is the floor privileges, I will move two motions. The first motion is that the Senate do resolve into committee of the whole. And the second motion is that the Senate do admit the Minister of Finance and the Special Advisor to the President on National Assembly matters into the Senate chamber. I so move. Two motions.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion that the Senate do resolve into the committee of the whole, which is the first one, and then to also second the motion that the Minister of Finance and the Special Advisor to the President on National Assembly matters, Senate, be admitted into the Senate chambers. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that we resolve into committee of the whole and also to admit the Minister of Finance, Advisor of the President into the chamber, say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, we have before us the Honorable Minister of Finance, Mrs. Kemi Adeosun. Honorable Minister, you are welcome to the Senate chambers. We have invited you today following our resolution in May, 24th of May to be precise, where we passed a resolution here to invite both yourself and the Governor of Central Bank to brief us on the monetary and fiscal policies adopted to address the current economic situation in the country. We had the opportunity on Tuesday to receive the Governor of Central Bank, and today we have you before us. We expect you to brief us on the policies taken so far to address the current economic situation, and after that the senators will ask their questions. So, thank you.
and local government level as high as 90%. And that has, of course, created a fiscal challenge. As oil price declined to as low as $27 a barrel, Nigeria found itself in a position where it's unable to meet its basic obligations. This government, or this administration, came in on a mandate of change, and that change is also about changing the focus of the economy. And we said from the beginning that we needed to change the focus of the economy, we needed to diversify the economy, we needed to invest in essential infrastructure so that we could grow and rebuild the economy. Specifically, it is instructive for us to understand that Nigeria is not necessarily a stereotypical oil economy. If you actually look at how much oil we have vis-a-vis the number of people, we have to conduct ourselves as a non-oil economy. And I say that for the following reasons. We have 2.2 million barrels per day as a target. We have 178 million people as a population. Kuwait produces 2.9 million barrels of oil per day but has just 4.1 million population. Saudi Arabia produces 9.7 million barrels of oil a day and has just 30 million population. So if you actually look at the percentage or the proportion between ratios between oil and population, there's a strategic reason why Nigeria cannot afford to rely on oil. And this government, from an economic perspective, set out a target to reposition our economy. And we said we would do so based on three main things. One was discipline. We needed to be more disciplined in how we spent government money in the face of dwindling revenues. And to do that, we focused on controlling our recurrent expenditure. Recurrent expenditure was at the time 90% compared to a capital spend of 10%. And we set objectives to control this. The largest component of recurrent expenditure being salaries. Salaries and wages when we came in was 165 billion naira every month. We have now, by our efforts, reduced it to around 159, and we continue as we clean up our payroll to reduce our salary bill. The second large expenditure head was recurrent overhead, which was taking a significant amount of our spend and leaving us very little room to do capital expenditure. We declared war on waste in the spending of government money. We set up an efficiency unit, and we're driving down the expense level on recurrent items such as training and travel, food and drink, and other non-essential items. And the objectives behind it was to release money for capital expenditure, because we recognize that it was capital expenditure that is needed to invest in infrastructure that will get the economy going. We have started to do that. To date, this government has released total capital of 247.9 billion naira as at date. We have 60 billion naira in our coffers today, which we will disperse in the next 1 week. How have we spent that 247 billion naira of capital? We have been very strategic in our spending. Power, Works and Housing received 107 billion naira. The strategic import being to address those significant infrastructural needs. Out of that 107 billion that went to Power, Works and Housing, 74 billion went to works alone. For reference, last year, for the whole year, we spent 19 billion on roads, on works. This month, between the time the budget was passed on May the 6th and to date, we have spent 74 billion on works alone. Agriculture. We said that agriculture was going to be our main focus. We said that we would ensure that we became self-sufficient in food. To support our rhetoric, we have made sure agriculture has received 21.6 billion naira as budgetary release. That compares to 4.2 billion for the whole of last year. We have given Agricultural Ministry 21.6 billion naira between May 6th and today. Transport, another key strategic focus area. We have released 22 billion naira in cash back into transport against 6.1 billion for the whole of last year. These are just initial releases, and we are going to continue releasing as part of our stimulus package to drive the economy. But we also accept that government spending alone will not solve the problem. We need to catalyze and attract private money, and we have started to do that. In agriculture, we had to go down to a granular level and understand what the problems were. One of the problems with food price, the food price inflation that we've seen, was that last year we had not paid our fertilizer bill from 2014. So there was no fertilizer for 2015, and that is partially what has caused the low yield that resulted in huge food price inflation. We've addressed that. We have looked at the arrears that we inherited, which were put then at 65 billion. We audited it. We brought down the balance. We've released 20 billion of it, and we are releasing the rest to unlock the fertilizer supplies for them to be able to continue to supply. We are working on the recapitalization of the Bank of Agriculture. We hope to be able to come out with a strategic business plan on the recapitalization of the Bank of Agriculture within the next 30 days. We've also worked on the capitalization of the Development Bank of Nigeria, which was also part of the focus of providing low-cost funds to support agriculture. Equally, the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority has just brought their strategic plan to us, which includes considerable investment in agricultural projects that will point the way for the private sector to come in partnership with the NSIA to stimulate large-scale agricultural projects. On infrastructure, we are revisiting many of the PPP arrangements that had failed and trying to see where we can resolve them. We believe this is very, very important, because no matter how much government spends, it is not enough to bridge the infrastructure gap, and therefore we need private money. So we are trying to resolve some of the subsisting issues on the PPP and PFI arrangements that we inherited. Also on infrastructure, one of the reasons why impact has been fairly limited is that the issue of arrears. We inherited significant contractual arrears. So even where we have paid contractors have found it very difficult to return to site. We're addressing those through the Debt Management Office to try and find headroom and give guarantees that will enable contractors to go back to site despite what we're owing them. On the social intervention project, which is really directly aimed at the poor and relieving the unemployed, we've released 14 billion naira of capital expenditure, and we have now brought them into our operational expenditure plan for the first month. And therefore, projects like the school feeding program, the teacher corps, and the recruitments around this are now funded, and we'll begin to see the impact of that. In the oil sector, we had said that one of the things we had to do was to get out of funding cash calls. Unfortunately, we have inherited a problem in the oil industry because even when prices were high, Nigerian government was not paying its cash calls. So even when prices were as high as $107 per barrel, we were not funding our cash calls as we should. That situation has now come to a head. But we are negotiating with the oil companies to resolve that situation, to use the modified carry arrangements to bring in private money into oil exploration. That will reduce pressure on the budget and release more money to the Federation account to enable states and the federal government to meet their obligations. We are directly intervening very strategically. That's the general message. I think things are tough, and we're not ignorant regarding how tough things are. We've now got the foreign exchange policy that we believe we needed, which was flexibility. And whilst in the short term we expect markets, as they do, to overreact, we don't think that there's any real reason for panic. And the reason for that is that there are 4 key drivers that will correct the exchange rate overreaction over time. One is the oil price. Oil price is stable and projected to go up. That will increase the level of foreign currency coming into the economy. 2, we're creating the enabling environment through our policies for investors to return to Nigeria. That will create supply of dollars and eventually begin to bring down the exchange rate. 3, Nigerians have begun to correct our fundamental propensity to import and are now doing more local substitution. That will reduce demand for foreign exchange and again will bring down the price. The 4th thing is the focus on non-oil exports, particularly from the agricultural sector. That will also bring in foreign exchange that is stable and predictable and less vulnerable to price shocks such as the oil price. I want to say that fundamentally we remain extremely confident about Nigeria. We're going through a very difficult time and we're not unaware of that. But the fundamentals still suggest that we're in a good place. And if we compare ourselves, our deficit to GDP that we're projecting is 2.14%. Some of the other oil economies that have been battered by the same problem, such as Venezuela, their debt to GDP is 24%. Libya is facing 79% deficit. Nigeria is actually still weathering the storm quite well. I know it's painful, I know it's difficult, but I think we have gone through the worst. The lowest oil prices are the FAC receipts that we are just processing now. Our revenues are looking a lot stronger, especially non-oil. FIRS is performing relatively well, even given the difficulties of the economy. Customs revenues have remained stable, which in real terms means they have increased because customs, we're actually importing less. We have a 41-item restriction, but customs are still collecting the same amount they were collecting this time last year, which in real terms means that they have improved. The efficiencies that Colonel Hamid Ali and his team are bringing in are beginning to bear fruit, and we're making the investments necessary in the technology needed to improve the efficiency of our customs collections. As I close, I'd like to thank the National Assembly for the support given in passing the budget. That was an extremely important part of our stimulus program. I'd like to also assure everybody that we will continue to work closely together with CBN on the monetary policy side to ensure alignment so that the economy can grow. And I want to also make an appeal that there are certain areas where we need the National Assembly's support, particularly in the area of procurement. The procurement law at the moment is has been an inhibitor to our progress. The law requires there to have been a budget passed before a project can even be advertised. By the time you add the procurement period to the project, you have lost 3 months before you can do anything. We believe that that law needs to be amended, and we hope that when we come as an executive with a request, we will get your support. The second one is one that affects the states, which is the law for UBEC. The UBEC law currently requires state governments to bring a 50% counterpart funding to access the UBEC funds. There's 58 billion in UBEC, which most states cannot access. and we don't want them to continue borrowing. We believe that given the circumstances of the Nigerian economy, it wouldn't be wrong for us to consider an amendment that would reduce the counterpart maybe to 10% for a short period of time so that they can access this money and improve primary education all across the country. We believe that that would be direct GDP stimulus in every local government, in every ward that has a primary school. 58 billion naira would suddenly be available, creating jobs, doing up classrooms. Those are things that we would like to have National Assembly support for. The last thing that we need and plead with your support for is to continue to believe in Nigeria. Nigeria has an incredibly bright future if we can go through this pain and if we can ensure that we don't waste this crisis and that we come out of it stronger, we remain disciplined, we keep on controlling our costs, we keep on ensuring, and indeed in your oversight functions, that government spends money efficiently and effectively so that we get maximum value for the naira that we spend. I think that the outlook for Nigeria remains extremely positive. Thank you very much.
Senator Abdullah Sabi.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues. I remain Aliu Sabi Abdullahi. I represent Niger North. First, I want to commend the Honorable Minister for the difficult task that you have to, deal with. The facts are very glaring that truly the economy is in some difficulties, and it is expected that, of course, collectively we should be able to address the very fundamental issues. Now, it's true that, yes, we are looking at how to really pull the economy out of the woods. And the emphasis, of course, is in how to grow the economy. And I'm particularly interested in the agricultural sector because that sector represents the very foundation that, if properly handled, can actually make the difference in terms of employment, in terms of capital generation, and so on and so forth, on a sustainable basis, of course. From your submission, you have stated that 21.6 billion has been released to the sector, which is really very, cheery and encouraging. But I'm a little worried because I'm aware, or I may have to put it to you, if this release, the AIE that has been released to them, has it been cash backed? That is one. Two, I also noticed that the releases were made to the main ministry. The sector has a number of parastatals, the research institutes, the training institutes, and for which, of course, these are the key drivers. If we look at the efforts to try to improve on our production, especially with respect to the various commodities that we have very heavy import dependent on, I'm worried that the sector, if you look at the seasonality, if you look at the seasonality of the sector, I'm a little bit worried because what we need to do next year in terms of seed, for example, must be done in this particular season. And of course, the season is going on, and increasingly, there are a lot of alarms being raised with respect to our production levels. So I want to find out, is it a deliberate policy, or actually in the releases, are the research institutes, for example, and the colleges included in the releases? Because if they are not, I'm afraid we are not really getting it right, because if the breeder seeds are not produced this year, we will not have what it takes to produce next year. Thank you very much.
Esteemed senators, please, let's try and keep these to the questions. Deputy Senate President.
Very quick questions, two quick questions. One, Honourable Minister, in view of the current inflow, and the available resources, what would you consider in terms of projection, what the implementation of the 2016 budget will be? And do you have areas of priority? Are you prioritizing your releases? And what are those areas you consider priority? Finally, when are we expecting the 2017 budget?
Minister, considering the key question, yes, let's give it time to just answer those, and then we'll take the other questions.
Thank you, Excellency. Shall I take the DSP's question first? Okay. The projected rate of implementation of the budget, I find that a difficult question to answer simply because there are quite a few moving parts in terms of our revenues, and many of our revenues will come in Q3. For example, IRS, most companies' year end is December, so it is from September they begin to pay their taxes for the year. So I think I'll have a clearer picture a little bit later. So if you don't mind, we could defer giving a specific projection. But I'm very confident that we will do very well. At least we will do over 60% based on projections. But I think that our revenues will be better if the economy sustains its trajectory. What are our areas of priority? I think we've been fairly consistent that we needed to invest in infrastructure. And in our releases, we have tried to prioritize those areas, and also to work with seasonality. For example, Works Ministry needs to have their money during the dry season, because during the rainy season, work stops. So we're trying to time the releases to ensure maximum impact. On the 2017 budget, I believe that the Minister of Budget and Planning has started working on putting that documents together, and I'm very sure it will be with you in good time for us to go back to the calendar that we like, which is the December calendar. The question around the agricultural, the answer is as to whether the releases are cash back. They're fully cash backed. We have stopped the practice of releasing or approving releases that don't have cash backing. We've changed that process. We now start from a position of how much cash do we have, and then we release appropriately. So all releases are cash backed. The agriculture parastatals, I don't have specific detail, but the request came from the Ministry of Agriculture as to what they wanted. And they asked us for 21.9 billion out of their 23 billion, and we released that fully to them. But I can find details as to which specific institutes. I would imagine that would have included most of the institutes under them, because I know that the Minister for Agriculture is very, very keen on the issue of seeds and inputs as part of the agricultural transformation, which was incidentally approved by the Federal Executive Council yesterday. I think the other thing to mention is that we're actually expecting a bumper harvest this year, and one of the challenges that the Ministry is now working on is storage. We don't want a situation where the prices collapse, because that's not good for the farmers. So we're looking at how to get our strategic reserves ready, particularly to receive the bumper grain. And also we're reinvesting through the Sovereign Wealth Authority in the commodity exchange, the Abuja Commodity Exchange, to ensure that we have price guarantees for our farmers. Thank you, sir.
The other question from Central, are you Sabi? You've answered it. Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Chairman. My question is basically on the budget. The budget, 2016 budget, is predicated on the exchange rate of 197. And today the exchange rate with the adjustments is 280. So, is the budget going to be reviewed to reflect that income? That is one. Two, I know we are passing through difficult times, and the masses that voted us are waiting, and they are most interested in two items in the budget. That is the job creation, the 500, the job creation, and the poverty alleviation program for market women and small. Are you making effort to put that as a priority, and how far? And lastly, my question is, did these people leave something in the reserves? Because I know they took everything in the reserve. didn't they leave something in the reserve for us to, the PDP administration? Did they use something?
Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am Mohammed Hassan. I represent Yobe South.
PDP.
Yes, a proud member of PDP.
Yes.
Honorable Minister, I would like to start by saying that I don't know if you are aware that the purchasing power of our citizenry is completely diminished. Now, clearly, the details or the statistics provided by the NBS in the first quarter of 2016 showed that we had a negative growth of 0.36, and that continued in the second quarter too. What that means is that we are in recession. And I was surprised, till date, if you have an economic team or an economic management team, which you tell us who are the members of this team, what have you done to avert this recession? Two, on the budget, 2016 budget, we have 2.2 trillion budget deficit. And I was expecting you in your presentation to tell us how far you've gone with the borrowings, because you said about 900 billion will be borrowed locally, another 900 externally, and about 400 from recovery from the loot. You haven't said anything about that. We want to know how far you've gone with these borrowings. Three, a few days ago, IMF just released its forecast on Nigeria, and it says our economy will continue to shrink until the end of this year. And that is a very, very alarming situation, quite worrisome. And some of us are worried if you really have this economic team, who so far we have not had from you the efforts that you've been, unlike in the past. When my party was in government, we were always talking. We've not been hearing from you. But yes, sir. Thirdly, I'm so worried again. Last week, we will always be worried. Last week, we had the opportunity to interact with the Minister for Budget and Planning. We asked so many questions, and he said you were the right person to answer those questions. Similarly, when we invited the CBN governor, he said the same thing. So we keep asking whether there is this coordination between your ministry, the central bank, the central bank, and the budget. We have a backlog. I asked him this question, which he has not been able to satisfactorily answer. We have a backlog of over $4 billion to clear. That is request on this foreign exchange. Now, again, in the same IMF report, it says that one of the problems that we found out that led us to this problem was that last year you introduced restrictions into, restrictions on cash deposits, foreign currency deposits into domiciliary accounts. That has increased the level of the economic crisis we are faced with today. Now, we are worried again. You are not doing anything about that.
Question. What are you doing about it? Finally, on the $4 billion, he said that the first tranche, which he called the special intervention exchange regime that he introduced, he released, or the central bank released about $532 million. You still have over $3 billion outstanding. Now, how do you intend to finance or to cope with this foreign exchange pressure? Thank you. They don't want us to attack them, but never will. I will continue.
Your Excellency. Senator Ndume's question about the exchange rate. We predicated the budget on 197 and the rate is now 280. So we have to, the impact will be on the revenues, because even though the budget of course is just a projection, and so when the actual comes in at 280, what will simply happen is that the revenues in nominal terms will increase, and that will flow through into it will flow through into the revenue performance. What will happen is that the amount of the deficit will go down, because the revenue that converts dollars into naira will give more naira in nominal terms. So that will be the impact there. The question about the interests of Nigerians, I think, is a very good one. Job creation and reserves. One of the things that I mentioned that we have done is release this money for the first time for the social intervention programs. We released 15 billion of capital, and we put in 5 billion this month for recurrent. And so that is what is, and that recurrent will continue to increase as they roll out the implementation of things like the teacher corps, the agricultural extension workers, and the other job creation initiatives. Also beyond that, the police, one of the upsides from the cleaning that we've done of the payroll was that the police were able to recruit, and I think they're finalizing that recruitment, 10,000 new officers. But there's no impact on their salaries, because we have cleaned off those who have died or who shouldn't have been there, and so they can now create 10,000 new jobs. So there is quite a bit of job creation activity going on as a result of some of the interventions that we've done. The question asked about whether the PDP, I believe, left anything in the reserves, I think will be answered when I take Senator Mohammed Hassan's question around where we are and what we've done to avoid this recession that we now found ourselves in. I think that at a time like this, blaming who was responsible doesn't actually take us anywhere. But I'll tell you what I inherited. I inherited very little by way of reserves. I inherited significant debt, contractor debt, and, well, let me answer that question. Let me answer that question. Cash calls of $5 billion outstanding to the oil companies.
Distinguished colleagues, can we please conduct ourselves in a manner so we can hear what she's saying? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. I mentioned the cash calls of $5 billion outstanding to the oil companies. I equally mentioned the fact that many of the contractors, even though we have paid them $107 billion, find it very difficult to work because they are owed. Some of them have not been paid since 2012. Their claims are over 380 billion naira. So I didn't inherit reserves that are positive. I inherited reserves that seemed to be more negative than positive. But what I would say to Senator Hassan is that he really shouldn't be too worried, because the economy is actually in very, very good hands, and we're doing absolutely our best to get through this difficult period. And I explained how we're doing that. We're being extremely disciplined around our spending. We're investing in the essential infrastructure. I gave the metric. We have released 74 billion naira to works in 2 months, compared to 19 billion for the whole of last year. We are doing everything possible to avert and to manage the situation which we didn't create, unfortunately, but which we inherited and which as a nation we must all get out of. The answer to the question about the deficit, we have been borrowing largely from the domestic market because we needed to get the exchange rates sorted out to enable us to borrow from the international market. The international borrowings will begin to come in Q3. That was always our projection, that we would take initial money from Nigeria as we sorted things out, and then we would go on the road to borrow internationally. You spoke also about the IMF projection. I'm not too worried about the IMF projection, and I'll tell you why. Because IMF's job, one of their functions is global economic surveillance. They've equally issued a negative report on Britain as a result of Brexit. So I don't think we should panic every time IMF speak. I think we need to be confident around what we are doing and where we are going. I remain extremely confident, as I said, around Nigeria. IMF have given their projection, which is that we may continue into negative territory. I'm not sure that what we're seeing suggests that. Agricultural output seems to be going up. If you look even at inflation, which is very, very high, the month-on-month actually reduced. And that tells you that things are moving in the right direction. If you look at what's happened in the petroleum sector, before subsidy we were subsidizing, and I have the figures, around 45 million litres of fuel a day. Now, without subsidy, usage has dropped to 26 million litres. So what does that tell you? That tells you that all the smuggling that was going out of the country based on the subsidy that we were providing has stopped. Those are real savings to the economy, which we're now redirecting into the essential infrastructure that will get this economy going. So I think the other question was around the Forex and how we would deal with the $4 billion, I believe, of overhang. I understand that the CBN session was a closed session, so I don't really know what answer he gave to that question. But as you know, under the Central Bank of Nigeria Act, Central Bank of Nigeria is actually independent of the Ministry of Finance. So I think he would be in a better position to explain what exactly he's doing. However, let me explain from a theoretical point of view what I expect them to do, which they've started to do. One is to introduce the forward market. That's very, very important. If you introduce the forward market, you reduce demand on the spot market, which is the day-to-day market. So people who can wait will know that I can buy dollars in 90 days at an agreed price, so they can plan. The other thing which I think will happen to correct the heating up of the exchange rate is that the CBN will issue some high-yielding instruments to mop up liquidity. Because at the moment, it's just money chasing dollars. People are buying dollars whether they need them or not, and that is what is causing the parallel rate to go up. With this flexibility, we expect the parallel rate and the official rate to merge over time. And as I said earlier on, the fundamentals still remain that we expect those rates to continue to come down. Thank you.
Senator Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Waroji Brain. I represent Kano North. Honourable Minister, when you look at our revenue projection, things seem to be going on fine. Even though we had the initial fear of the crude price, we thought it could go lower than $38 per barrel ab initio, but now it's going up, it's okay. But the major problem is the fact that we are not able to meet our projection in terms of our crude production. It's going below 2.2 million barrels per day, as you know, against what we projected. Now, what are you doing? Have you ever advised the president that there should be an effort to make sure that the problems that we're encountering in the Niger Delta as we speak, the vandalism, the violence going on, have you ever advised the president that we should find a way, change the policy, look for a peaceful way of solving this problem so that our revenue projection will be actualized? Have you had the cause to advise the president that way? Thank you. This is my question.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Honorable Minister, my sister, I'm just going to throw my questions to you. What is the position
of this National Assembly, and in particular the Senate, as a true reflection of the representative of our people as regards the issue of the implementation of the Social Intervention Fund. What is your take on the implementation of the 60 billion constituency projects, which accounts for only 0.3% of the capital project expenditure projections of 1.8 trillion? What is your take on the implementation of the constituency projects? Because I have it on good authority that almost all the directors of public procurements in ministries and agencies are directing the prospective companies who actually bidded for the advertised federal government jobs not to bid for a constituency project because they will not be funded. So as the Minister of Finance, what is your take on the implementation of the constituency project of the National Assembly? If the country is faced, because this country is a country of change, we have changed from the biggest economy in Africa to an economy in recession because of change. What is your take if you are faced with recession and inflation? Which one will come first in your mind as the Minister of Finance? Part of the projections of government was the issue of curbing leakages. What is the Ministry of Finance doing? Because we still have it on good authority that most of the agencies and parts of government are still spending the IGR they are generating, despite the fact that government is funding both their salaries and overhead. Bloomberg of London 4 days ago declared that the Naira is the third worst performing currency in the world. What is your take on this? Then the budget of 2016 was actually based on non-oil revenue. Why are we still crying foul on the dwindling oil revenue? Because the budget projection was based on $38 per barrel benchmark. I believe that, is it possible? What can you tell this chamber on the issue of bailout? Government has issued bailout to states in the last several months without the approval of the National Assembly. What is your take on this? I believe on this note is the
Switch off the mic. Distinguished colleagues, please, you need to be fair on other colleagues that want to ask questions. If anybody goes beyond the number of questions, I'll have to cut us, so we can move forward. Senator Abdullah Adam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am Senator Abdullah Adamu. I represent Nasarawa West Senatorial District. I have a very simple, very short question. And the question is this. One of the greatest areas of attention in the current administration's manifesto, the change manifesto, is the diversification of the economy which in your opening remarks you also alluded to. And one of the sectors that is critical to this diversification is identified as agriculture. There is one big problem in that sector, and that's the problem is this. To grow agricultural production will require a very substantial level of mechanization, automation. Most of the machinery, equipment, and agricultural implements are not available in the country. They are mostly imported. The custom duty regime for this importation has been, when the other side was in government, very, very high. Abused. And abused. What is the policy on the custom duty regime as it affects agricultural imports?
Yes, I'm answering these questions.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The question of Senator Barrow around the production targets and the advice given to the government to find a solution. The administration of President Buhari is working very, very hard on solving the problems in the Niger Delta and the other oil-producing region. And I'm very confident. I've been told that many of the engagements are bearing fruit, and some of the production numbers that we're seeing seem to suggest that this is a problem that will be solved. The government is very, very committed to ensuring that we resolve these community problems at a very difficult time for the economy. So I have advised, but it's preaching to the converted. The government is very committed to solving that problem. Senator Bassi's 7 questions. I shall take one by one. He asked about the role of the National Assembly in the social intervention programs. On an implementation basis, my understanding is there are various agencies being coordinated under the Office of the Vice President to implement those various social intervention programs. As to the role of the National Assembly, I would imagine that the National Assembly would be carried along, and I'm very sure that the Vice President is, through his team, doing so. My view on the 60 billion constituency project. I'd first of all say that I'm very surprised to hear that any director would advise any contractor not to bid for a project that is in the appropriation bill passed by the federal government of Nigeria. I think that information may be anecdotal, and I'm not sure that, I think it should be disregarded. What is my role on the 60 billion constituency project? Everything that is in the budget needs to be implemented. Otherwise, there's no point in passing a budget. So my view is that everything in the budget was put in there through an iterative process. Thought went into it, planning went into it, and therefore everything in the budget, to the extent that there are funds, must be implemented. I need not remind this Honourable House that it was this administration that released 2 years' worth of constituency projects late last year without any prompting from the National Assembly. So we take constituency projects very seriously, because these are the projects that the legislature have put in place knowing the specific needs of their own communities. So therefore they are important, and I think we have demonstrated since we've been in office that they will prioritise them, and we have cash back them. The question about being the biggest economy in Africa under his party versus where we are now. We remain the biggest economy in Africa, Senator Akpan, and we will continue to do so. We are going through a difficult patch, but the way we are rebuilding, we will grow out of this challenge much stronger than the way we came in. The comment on Bloomberg rating the Naira the 3rd worst currency in the world, I'm not bothered about that. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. The pound is falling. So I don't think that we should panic. I think the problem with us is when somebody from abroad tells us something, we all begin to somersault. You know, we're Nigerians. We must have economic confidence and economic patriotism. The pound is falling. As we speak now, for $1,300, you get £1,000. It used to be 1.6. And they're not panicking. So I don't see why Nigerians should panic every time somebody gives an opinion, which they're entitled to. We must look at the fundamentals of the Nigerian economy, which are, it remains strong. If we continue to do what we're doing, continue to follow this path of discipline and accountability, the economy will come out stronger. The question on the non-oil being the base of the budget is correct. Why are we still mentioning oil? Because it takes time to adjust. We're still dependent on oil. We need it because we need to pay salaries and keep government moving, whilst we move towards a more diversified and non-oil base. The question about bailout, as far as I'm aware, we have not done any bailout. The bailout was done by Central Bank of Nigeria, I believe, last year. What we did last month was we recognized that states could no longer borrow. Most of them had reached their limit of borrowing and they had no liquidity. They could not pay salaries, which was creating a crisis in the land. What we did for them was a credit enhancement. We gave a guarantee that enabled them to borrow. We, the executive, have not lent any money to state. We have no authority to do so, and we have not done so. What we simply did was provide partial risk guarantee to the state governments to enable them to borrow. Those instruments were built and purchased and held by commercial banks, not by the federal government. So we have not done any bailout. Incidentally, what we also did was we tied it to a fiscal sustainability plan, which requires the state and local governments to pursue the same reforms that we are pursuing at federal level. That is, to be disciplined, to clean up their payroll, to introduce efficiency units, to redefine what IGR means. And I think that's a very fundamental change that you will see in state governments. We have widened the definition of IGR. In some states, their IGR is rice. In some states now, their IGR is cocoa. We are moving states away from depending on the federation account for their revenues. We're saying, look inwards. Whatever you have in your state, find a way to turn it into revenue so that you can pay your salaries. That's what the fiscal sustainability plan has done. Senator, I think it's Senator Adamu. I'm sorry, did I get you, Senator Adamu? No, sorry. The question around agriculture, I'm very pleased to tell you, sir, that agricultural equipment under this administration has 0% duty. All agricultural equipment comes in at 0% duty because we are determined to get agriculture moving, mechanization moving. And we've already started negotiating with some of the export credit banks to give us tractors and other equipment that we'll pay for over time because we have to stretch our budget. We don't have enough money. We have to look for opportunities to get additional equipment to support our drive for agriculture. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished colleagues, I can see a number, and I just want to read the names. I'm going to call you. So I have Senator Ben Bruce, Dino Milaya, Alasha Adra, Senator Gemade, Urujimi, Naala, Senator Gumel, Senator Sani Abaka, Senator Adiola Langekon, Senator Odua, Obinya, Senator Foster Ogala, Kiai. So I'm going to call you. So, the minority leader.
Is the order Mr. Chairman, my distinguished colleagues, and Honorable Minister in our midst. Mr. Chairman, I won't take time. I just want to say that first, I want to commend the Minister for her presentation, the erudition and your understanding of issues. Secondly, I'd like to plead with the Minister to walk the talk. The Minister is speaking well, but the implementation is the issue. Because sometimes we get confused as to who actually is in charge of the economy. I'm happy to hear from the Minister that constituency projects are priority, in the sense that these are life-touching projects that will go directly to the communities and will impact on the communities because the people here and the National Assembly know the needs of those communities. But sometimes we get discordant tunes from some members of the government on such very important issue. So I'm happy that you are now saying that as the Minister of Finance, that the constituency projects, not just of the Senate, but of the National Assembly, will be taken seriously because they will impact directly on the lives of Nigerians. So, Honourable Minister, please walk the talk. The other issue will be that, listening to you, I can see that you are different. Because yesterday you ran down here to apologize to the Senate President because of Federal Executive Council meeting. And you said you will be here today and you are here. That shows you have respect for your office and you have respect for the red chambers. As the minority leader, I must say that I have noted this. And if there is any other minister that shows disrespect to the red chambers and even the green chambers, I will also point out. That's why I mentioned this to you. The next thing I would like to ask, a very short question. One, whilst you were speaking, you made mention of the fact that Nigeria is in recession. Is Nigeria in recession? Secondly, you also made mention of the fact that there is no more subsidy on petroleum products. Is it true that subsidy is totally eliminated? Nigerians would like to know. Why I mention this is the fact that sometimes when we have 4.5 trillion budget, 1.9 trillion will go to the hands of 29 importers, and the other 3 point something will be left to 170 million Nigerians to share. That is why we have hunger. Honourable Minister, from my experience as a former governor, I realize that hunger has no political party. That is why when we come here, we become apolitical on issues of finance. You said here that you are very hopeful and that we should not somersault whenever we hear information from Bloomberg or any other international agency. We don't somersault. It's our heart that palpitates. Because if the economy is not doing well, it will affect all, irrespective of political parties, because hunger had no color. That is why we seem to be very worried. Another very short question. Can you tell us, in reality, the monthly oil production as of today? Because another government agent told us that we are getting about 1.9 million barrels per day. Nigerians would like to know, with the breakages of oil pipelines and all that, are you saying that we have any reduction of 200,000 barrels? So if it's 1.9 million barrels per day, that means from the efforts you are talking about, the efforts to engage the communities, that we must have increased from 1.9 million to 2. And that means that the budget we are talking about, we were basing it on non-oil revenue, that I think we should even do more, and you may end up bringing supplementary budget to the National Assembly. Now, I want to also say, you mentioned something about SUBEP. You were very truthful when you said that the due process law is impeding development in the country. I'm aware from my experience watching from outside, I've never been in the federal government, that it takes about 9 months from conception of a project to award of that project. 9 months. In a government that has 4 years, and you use 1 year to do due process before you award, then we take cognizance of the weather, the rainy season and the rest. That government has less than 2.5 years to implement projects. And unfortunately, immediately after 2 years, by the third year, the government is going into election matters. So you can see that it's possible for a federal government to come into office and will not do the kind of thing I did in Akwa Ibom, unable to do up to 2,000 kilometers of route. And that is why today all the federal roads in the country are gone. I want to say, Honourable Minister, that the last issue I would like to mention is on the issue of excess crude. Mr. Chairman, no, I cannot. State Assembly, that's why I had to cut you. You forgot that you're now in the red chamber, that's why. Mr. Chairman, the issue of excess crude account. Many believe strongly that excess crude account is illegal. So now that we are no longer depending on oil, we do support the abolition of excess crude account so that we can comply with the Constitution and ensure that states have money to develop. And finally, since the federal government does not have any primary school, is there any need for us to continue with SUBEP? Is it, in your opinion, don't you think it's overburdensome to hand over primary education, which is so basic to the development of any child, to local governments that can barely pay the salaries of their staff? Don't you think it's time for us to reconsider? and think of abolishing the issue of federal government control of primary education from the center, because it is not working. In view of the time, let me thank the chairman and my members, and also thank her for accepting that we left over 900 billion in medium funds for this administration. I thank you.
Deputy Leader.
Thank you very much. Mine is just an advice, Honorable Minister. The issue of the custom regime that distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu raised, you remember in our last meeting, I equally raised the issue. I was thinking that by now there should have been a shift in the policy that we inherited from that inept, corrupt, and questionable leadership that held the country and brought it into this. So what we are saying is that the tax regime and the custom regime appears to be what was left, which has tendency to kill the goose that lays the golden egg. And we are thinking that there will be a quick and conscious effort. We've seen some, but I think there is the need to accelerate those policies. For example, if our ports can be made user-friendly enough to divert our cargo from our neighboring countries, it may be nice for the country to enjoy from the economics of scale. That is all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Minister, if you take those questions.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The question about is Nigeria in, firstly I need to thank Senator Akpabio for your kind words. Is Nigeria in recession? Technically, if you go into 2 quarters of negative growth, technically you're in recession. But I don't think we should dwell on definitions. I think we should really dwell on where we're going. And I think if we are in recession, what I would like to say is we are going to come out of it, and it will be a very short one, because the policies that we have will ensure that we don't go below where we need to go. And I think with what we're doing, we will begin to turn the corner, I believe, by Q3. Whether there's no more subsidy, I can confirm there is no more subsidy. It's a market-driven price. And indeed, one of the good things that we're now seeing is that prices have started to actually come down. There's now competition between filling stations for market share, which is a good thing, which means over time the market will continue to correct itself. The question about our monthly oil production, I don't have exact figures, and I think it would be wrong of me to quote. But let me say this. Even if the figures are 1.9 million barrels a day, it's very important that we understand the 2 different structures that we use in the oil industry, the production sharing and the joint venture, because they give us different revenues. The joint venture we actually make more money from. And most of the damage that has been done by the activities of the Niger Delta militants are actually affecting the joint ventures, not the production sharing. So even though the number of barrels may be higher, the actual revenue to government could be lower, because it's actually production sharing oil that is being produced, and that gives us less money to the government. Where we're having all the problems is on the joint ventures, and that's where the sharing favours the government more. We make much more money from JV than we make from PSC. So it's quite important. I don't get excited when people say, oh, we're up to 1.9. My question is it JV or PSC? Because if it's just production sharing, it's not going to help us in terms of revenue. We have to solve the problems with the JV, and which means solving the problems with the community. The question about the excess crude account and whether I support it or whether there's an illegality, my sense is that it really doesn't matter what we call it. We need to save. That I think is the principle behind it. So whether we call it excess crude or whatever we call it, we cannot afford to continue to spend every single naira that comes up from the oil. It's not sustainable. Norway, for example, which is a big oil producer, has a law that they can only spend 4% of their oil revenues, and they have done consistently. So I'm not sure. I guess I will throw that back to the National Assembly to decide on the legalities, but we need to save. And you know, whether we call it excess crude, we must save. The role of UBEC, I think, is a very important point. Indeed, that I think that there's a law that established UBEC, so again, I think we have to push this question back to the National Assembly to decide, should indeed the federal government still have a role in primary education, which is, as you've said correctly, the function of local government. And I alluded to the 58 billion that is currently trapped in UBEC, which governments are unable to access. So I think that's a legislative issue, and maybe in one of your other sessions, I'm sure you'll consider it, because those are some of the things that we need to get to the bottom of if we're going to get the economy moving. The question on of the Deputy Leader around the customs regime, I completely accept. It is one of the things that we are working on. We're hoping within the next 2 months to come out with some announcements on what we're going to do to change the policies around duty waivers. There's a draft report that is currently just going out for consultation that's looking around duty waivers, exemptions, and all those practices around customs. So I will come back to this House on that. Thank you.
Senator Abiola Lamiko.
Yes.
National.
Thank you, Mr. President. Adiola Olamilekon, representing Lagos West Senatorial District. Honorable Minister of Finance, I want to also join other colleagues in commending you for the job well done so far, and I'm very sure the women folks will be proud of you for what you're doing. And one thing is certain, that at least in this administration, we know no fund is missing and there's no frivolous spending as we have it in the past. So I want to commend you in that area. While doing that, I also want to place it on record as an advice that agency under your purview, there is need for you to put much searchlight on all of these agencies, as this will assist in whatever you are doing and to project your activities as a ministry. You are doing so much, but as much as you are doing, people still are not feeling the impact because of the economic downturn. My question, and emphasis particularly, is on this economic diversification. I want to hear from you, what is the fiscal strategy that this administration has put in place in diversifying this economy? Secondly, you mentioned the issue of Nigerian custom. In terms of their revenue performance, you've spoken to us on the issue of releases, what you have done and what you are doing. But on the issue of the revenue profiling, you need to brief us. I don't want to go into details, but I know for a record that the Nigerian custom, there is still much to be done in that area as far as the revenue of the federal government is concerned. And as an advice, you have sought the kind assistance of the Senate in the amendment of the existing universal basic education law that we currently have. And part of your suggestion is that it will not be out of place if we can reduce the counterpart funding to 10% as against the 50-50 that we currently have. But my suggestion to you is that there is need for you to carry out a thorough audit exercise on the fund released so far based on these counterpart funding as currently have it to states by the federal government, and see the utilization of this fund, that has this fund been judiciously utilized? Because we are fully aware at the committee level that bulk of this money, even released from the federal government as part of counterpart funding, are being, misapplied by the state government. So if you are approaching us for amendment of this act, you also should carry out exercise and have your document at hand that will show that yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Biodun Olujimi, Ekiti South. Honorable Minister, my questions will be very few. Right now, the situation in this country is very pathetic. There is hunger in the land. The 27 states can no longer pay salaries. The markets are dry. Nobody is selling. It's a layman's question. Nobody is selling, nobody is buying. There was a government where you tagged bad, but everybody was happy. Money was flowing, and business thrived. We now have a government whereby 27 states out of 36 cannot pay salaries. And with what you have said here, vis-a-vis what the CBN governor said, it looks like this government is immune to the sufferings of the people. You have painted a rosy picture of things getting better. However, the states got bailouts initially.
Your question.
I will get there, sir. Right now, they are still broke. People are dying in our states. They cannot feed, they cannot pay school fees. Is this government saying they don't know anything about the sufferings of the people and they don't have an idea what to do to bring together a reprieve for our people? Two, is there no synergy between the two arms of government, the CBN and the ministry, so that there can be a working relationship that can bring about alleviation of these problems? Three, as it is, there is nothing in the horizon to say that the sufferings of our people will end very soon, because there is no economic blueprint, there is no economic team thinking day in, night out in bringing out concrete policies that could bring about a brand new Nigeria. What is your take on all of this? And I will carry through, because whatever it is, this government came because they thought they had better ideas, and it's 12 months, 14 months down the line, no new idea has come up. Thank you very much.
This Minister, you take this too.
Thank you very much. Senator Yang's question, Senator Adeola's question.
Senator who?
Sorry, it's a slip of tongue. Sorry, sir.
Senator Yagi.
Sorry, sir. Questions about agencies under the Ministry of Financing needing review, I think is a point well taken. We're looking at all our ministries and departments and agencies, and all the agencies specifically under the Ministry of Finance. And as I said earlier on in my presentation, we have started to roll out the strategic plans for those agencies. You asked a question about diversification. Now, what is the fiscal strategy to support the diversification? I will answer that by saying that the fundamental thing needed to support a diversified economy is infrastructure. We have had many different analyses and assessments that have said our infrastructure is the biggest inhibitor to our growth. So the first thing we're doing, as I explained, was to attack the infrastructure deficit. We're doing that in two ways: fiscally, directly through the budget, and also by attracting additional money. This additionality of attracting private money through reconsidering our PPP arrangements, working with the MSIA, coming up with innovative strategies that will attract private money into our infrastructure. And that work is ongoing. The question about customs needing work, I totally agree. The customs that I inherited, for example, has no scanners, not one single working scanner. So the way in which customs duty is assessed is completely manual. All the scanners were down. We are putting the investment in place now to replace those scanners. We're equally working on the single window. Nigeria is one of the few countries that is not part of the customs single window, and we're putting the investment in place to provide that. The question on UBEC, the requirement for an audit release, a release of the utilisation, I think that's already in place. The way UBEC works is that the money actually sits in a joint account and the UBEC Commission from here actually do the oversight. I think if there are leakages, these need to be investigated and probably brought to the attention of the legislature to query how such monies are being misapplied. The question of Senator Olujimi around, which I think is a more general question, I'll start off by saying that I disagree that we don't have an economic management team. We do, madam, with the greatest of respect. And I also disagree with the diagnosis that the fact that 27 states can currently not pay salaries is laid at the feet of the current administration. The previous administration were borrowing to pay salaries. We were taking Panadol when we had cancer. We have been very honest and said we don't have money. We have been borrowing to pay salaries for at least the last 2 years. So the fact that states were paying salaries was actually a photo trick. It was not the right way to run government. And we believe it's time to be very honest. The honesty that we're now forcing, even on the state governments, is why we're seeing them expose ghost workers cleaning up their payroll. There's no point in borrowing to pay salaries to people that don't exist. We have to be very honest with ourselves where we are today. This economic team stands for honesty and for transparency. We will tell you the truth. Even if the truth is not palatable, we will continue to tell the truth. This government is not, and I can repeat, not immune to the suffering of the people. All the people that are suffering are our people. They're all Nigerians. As you said correctly, when it comes to suffering, there's no party color. There's no tribe. So we are working very hard. That was why we brought out the fiscal sustainability plan, when we realized that states consistently could not pay salaries, and we made that money conditional, so that even now, auditors have gone in, those states that received money, auditors have gone in to go and see what did you use the money for, to ensure that it is not diverted. This Nigerian situation that we find ourselves in is not of anybody's making, but it is our collective duty to solve it, and I want to assure you that the economic management team is working incredibly hard to sort it out, and we will do so. I am not painting a rosy picture. I have said very honestly, we're in a bad place. But what I have also said is we will get out of it. And I think that's very, very important for everybody to take away. Thank you.
Senator Alasha Adua, Senator Stella Adua, Senator Dada, Senator Dino Milai.
The distinguished Senate President, sir, my name... That's your seat. Oh, sorry. Exactly. That's not your seat. My name...
Okay. You're not at your seat, so...
Distinguished Chairman, sir, my name is Senator Tayo Alasha from Ondo Central. I first of all wish to commend the Minister of Finance for letting Nigerians and members of this Senate know that we have to save. We cannot spend everything we make and expect that there will be no rainy day. We are facing the rainy day now. If we had done the right thing in the past, the effect of what we are having today will not happen. Question number one. Waivers. During the last administration, there were a lot of waivers given to people, importing goods into the country. What is the policy of this government vis-a-vis waivers, which has made Nigeria to lose billions of naira and dollars in the past? Question number two, 2017 budget. What will your ministry do in collaboration with the Ministry of Budget and Planning to ensure that the National Assembly is carried along from during the preparation stage, so that the ugly incidents that were reported on the 2016 budget, like loss of budget, disappearance of budget, padding that never happened, will not rear its ugly head again. Thank you.
Senator Samegu.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Sam Egu, representing Ebonyi North. Madam Minister, I want to react to your statement with regards to procurement. You told us that you are working on trying to send an executive bill that will reduce the period involved in the act with regards to the time for procurement. And I want to inform you that this particular Senate, this 8th Senate, has passed an amendment to that bill, amendment bill on procurement, that will address that issue of reducing the time frame so that projects can start immediately. But beyond that, Mrs. Minister, in the bill, we have tried to make sure that amounts so appropriated should be spent locally made in Nigerian goods, because you know the effect of industrialists and manufacturers in this country. And the only way to address it is to make sure that such money so appropriated are spent locally. That will enhance economic growth, that will create employment, that will reduce pressure on foreign exchange, and yeah, so I hope that bill, if assented to by Mr. President, will be given effect to, so that the bulk of this budget is implemented locally in order to enhance the desired economic.
The Honourable Minister, let me just make a point here which gives me great concern. Your observation on the public procurement bill, what you were asking for in your opening remarks is actually been addressed by the bill that we passed here. And there was a public hearing on this bill, and there were members of the executive that attended the public hearing. It gives me great concern as the Minister of Finance, how come somewhere along the way your ministry was not carried along to have participated. And this synergy, and this truly exposes the need we need to improve the synergy between the executive and these because we are past this. We've cut down by 50% the number of days the whole process will take in addressing some of these things. So I think that what the House, I think, are in the final lap. So if you have any other new input, try and ensure that before the House passes theirs, you can also collaborate with me. I just thought that was important. I bring that to you. Senator Malai.
Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, my name is Dino Melai, Kogi West Senatorial District. Welcome, Madam Minister. I will be a bit practical. Gero, known as millets, now sells at 12,000 per bag. It used to be 5,000. Shinkafa, known as rice, sell at 16,000. It used to be 8,000. Diesel, is now sold at 210 naira per liter. Kerosene that are common, the masses of this country, our mothers, use today is 200 per liter. Madam Minister, the strategic agenda, economic agenda of this government is to attain self-reliance in food production. But I begin to juxtapose that with the realities on the ground. We cannot attain self-reliance in food production when fertilizer that is supposed to play key role in improving the production of agri-produce in this country is now sold 10,000 per bag. Last year, we bought it for 4,000. My question is this, madam, that what is this government doing, or what is the economy directing that will be very obvious to curtail the skyrocketing price of goods and commodities, because the masses are on the masses are daily at the receiving end. Secondly, I will recall that when you and Mr. President visited China, you discussed the issue of the Mambila hydropower project. I want to ask, what is this government of ours doing now that because of the crisis in the Niger Delta, there is a drop in the electricity supply to every nook and cranny of this country? So what are you doing to alternative power supply, especially the Mambila hydro project? Lastly, Madam Minister, when you were speaking on two different occasions, you quoted 60 billion constituency projects. The budget passed by this Senate, the constituency project is 100 billion. But twice this morning, you have said 60 billion constituency projects. I want to know if there was an amendment to the budget we passed and why the figure 60. And I also want to tell us that that 100 billion is less than 1% of the capital projects in this in the budget our appropriation has passed by this chamber. It's actually 0.3% of the entire capital project. So I do not know what will be responsible for this very minute figure being tampered with again. And if it is true that there is a circular from the Office of the Secretary to Government that and if it is true that there is a circular from the Secretary of Government to instructing that constituency projects will not be executed, I am pleased telling us that that budget is a law, the under-implementation is a crime, the over-implementation is a crime, the non-implementation is a crime. And by the grace of God, in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, Kogi West constituency project will be done and must be done. Thank you.
Senator Ben Mori-Bruce.
Thank you very much. Huh? Thank you, Ben Mori-Bruce, Bayelsa East. Honourable Minister, thank you very much for your patriotism. It's clear now, speaking to you and the CBN governor, that Nigeria is technically in a recession and we need to spend our way out of the recession. But speaking to the CBN governor in closed session and speaking to you, we're getting a contradiction in information. How much are we, for one thing, how much are we earning monthly in foreign exchange? I understand oil accounts for 90% of our revenue. I also understand that 2.2 million civil servants consume 40% of our budget. Is that true? 2.2 million civil servants, 40% of our budget, which is very, very high since there are 170 million Nigerians. If 2.2 million people can consume 40% of our budget, then that is a problem. There is no nice way to reduce recurrent expenditure. There's just no nice way to do it. And I support you. You take a knife and you cut it into two and you reduce it to 50%. The last time we looked at the budget that I oversee, there was a parastatal that had 100% salaries and so on and so forth, not a penny for capital projects. So he made that parastatal irrelevant. If you spend 100% paying everybody a salary and there's no money to work, then you might as well disband that parastatal. It makes no sense. And these are the kind of things we saw. I'll be quick.
Yeah.
Ajaokuta, I'm chairman privatization, went to Ajaokuta, and we know the federal government has signed a contract in China for $11 billion. I saw Rotimi Amici talk about it. The tracks can be made in Ajaokuta. The tracks can be made there. So it makes sense that out of the $11 billion, you spend a little bit, create the tracks from Port Harcourt, One to Ajaokuta, let them in 2 years, they can do 10,000 kilometers a year. So Ajaokuta can solve that problem and we can save a lot of foreign exchange. 2, I know for a fact, because in working with previous administrations, we don't have a transport policy. You see, when we talk about inflation that is very high, and products coming in from the hinterland to the big cities, tomatoes and so on and so forth, diesel, trucks use diesel, right? If the cost of diesel goes up by 10%, they increase transport costs by 50%. That is because we don't have a transport policy. If we had a transport policy, the truck drivers are the...
So then, Bruce, I have to go straight to the question. You are now referring your colleagues.
The issue of Ajaokuta, and secondly, to come up with a transport policy, and I guarantee you that policy will reduce inflation in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Senator Guna, I'm going to try and take all the questions now, and then you can all at one go. Senator Guna.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Gumel. I come from Jigawa, northwest of Jigawa State. Minister, I salute you because you are doing the job very well, because this economy was bastardized by PDP, and they come here to be asking questions which they're supposed to ask themselves. All the thievery that was going on before you come. I wanted to ask one question. Before I ask the question, I want to actually salute you for blocking all the leakages created by the previous administration of PDP.
Senator Guna, because of time, can we go straight to the question?
I will ask the question. In trying to get the revenue outlets, can't you consider bringing back the toll gates, which were abolished by PDP government? Because I'll give you an example. Between we have a traffic per day. And if we can charge the least amount of 100 naira, we have 10 gates 5 going and 5 coming back. So, in effect, every day we would have made 50 million on that road. So, in effect, we are, for a year, we are going to make 18 billion 250 million on Abuja Kano Road alone. And in Nigeria, we have more than 100, we can create more than 100 toll gates. If you take Lagos Ibadan, which the traffic will be more than 100,000 vehicles.
Distinguished Senator Bina. Got the question, yeah?
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Obinoma, I represent Ebonyi Central Senatorial District, Ebonyi State. The Honorable Minister, I just have one question for you. Based on what you just told us here, you said that all your releases are fully cash backed. Can you tell us what is holding the release of fund for Rio Olympic? That is just few days to the commencement of that competition. Because I have it as authority that as of this morning, no one kobo has been released for the Nigerian contingent. Can you tell us? Thank you very much.
Senator Yusuf Abubakar Yusuf. Somebody asked you a question already.
Has been settled by thank you, Chairman, distinguished colleagues. Honorable Minister, you spoke about belief in Nigeria, that we should believe in Nigeria. It's on. That we should believe in Nigeria. Now, as a member of the National Economic Team, and then advisor to Mr. President on Finance and Chief Finance Officer of Nigeria, considering the past antecedents of the lack of progress in terms of devaluation, because in the past devaluations have been taking place and there is no positive impact in the devaluations that we have. And despite all that, and also the President is reluctant to accept to devalue the Naira, the economic team convinced him that it will be better to devalue the Naira because the Naira is overvalued. Do you really believe, now that you believe in Nigeria, do you really believe the Naira is overvalued? That's question number one. Question number two, you talked about propensity to import. I believe, from the papers I read, our marginal propensity to import is about between 85 and 90%. Now, all the budget, all the infrastructure, money that you put for infrastructure, 85 to 90% of that money will be on imports. So there will also be so much demand on the foreign exchange, which we do not have. Now, how will that impact on the value of the Naira as we go along, which we believe it will be stabilized according to you? Thirdly, about the import propensity to import, what are you doing really to curtail our insatiable test for the importation of foreign goods in this country. Finally, sir, you talked about investment environment to attract foreign direct investment. But if we believe in this country, we really have to bring in policies that will support national domestic savings, because that's what will save this country, and not, as the central bank governor said, he is going to rely on foreign direct investment. Thank you very much.
Foreign exchange remittance.
Okay, I wanted to say I thank Dino Melai for bringing the issue of Mambila Hydro, which is from my own constituency. Thank you very much. And foreign remittances, how are you going to do that? You said thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, point of order, before she starts responding, I guess, in view of the fact that we are not supposed to sit beyond 2 o'clock without suspending our relevant section of our rules, I move that we suspend Rule 13 in order to allow us to sit beyond 2 p.m. I so move.
Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion, and in seconding it, plead that we don't dwell on past government, we dwell on the present. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion before us is that we extend our sitting beyond 2 o'clock. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Minister, you can answer those series of questions.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The question from Senator Alasha about waivers policy and the need to review that. As I mentioned earlier, we've done a review. There was a multi-agency committee that was set up to review the entire practice of waivers. Indeed, we lost a lot of money through indiscriminate granting of waivers. So the policy itself had to be reviewed. Then also the implementation of the policy created other avenues for leakage, because the policy is actually implemented manually. And indeed, even on the duty waiver certificate, there is no detail of exactly what the waiver relates to. And the bookkeeping is completely manual. So we're going to be coming out in the next 4 weeks with a new policy on our waivers and technology to support it, so that those sectors that we choose to support through waivers, we're able to quantify who is getting them, what is the cost, and indeed what is the impact. One of the things we've done, again, to try and close some of the loopholes, because what we discovered is some agencies or some entities describe themselves as charitable and bring in goods that are actually consumer goods. You bring in Panadol, bring in different things from America and say it's for charitable purposes. How do we ensure that indeed these things are not sold? There is no means of so doing. So we're trying to actually look holistically at the whole policy, understand where the leakages are and block them. One of the things we've done in the interim is if anybody says they're donating medical things, we send it to the Ministry of Health to verify that indeed this entity that says they're donating are legitimate and that these are not expired drugs or things that could be dangerous to Nigeria. So it's something we're working on. I'm confident that in the next 4 weeks we'll come up with a comprehensive policy on waivers that will be very clear and that we can all understand, and it will block the leakages. Senator Sanogo mentioned the amendment, which I believe the Senate President also has brought to our attention, and I will take that under advisement and go and look at that. Senator Dino Malai's questions around food price inflation and the role of fertilizer. Now, one of the big drivers for inflation was indeed food price. And we saw a significant jump in food price, particularly between January and February. What the government has done is to go and look at what the causes were. One was, of course, there were crop failures. And as I said in my earlier summation, one of the reasons why there was crop failure was because the the producers of fertilizer had not been paid since 2014 and were owed 65 billion. They could not produce, their banks were no longer giving them lines, and therefore there was no fertilizer applied in 2015. One of the first things that the President did was order us firstly to audit their claims, and secondly release 20 billion to clear some of those arrears so that they could begin to supply again. As a result of which some of the production has gone back, and we're actually now expecting a glut. So millet, I think you referred to millet, which had gone from 12,000 from 5,000. We're now worried that the price may go too low for the farmers. So what we're now doing is quickly looking at our strategic stores. Otherwise, the farmers will be discouraged. If the price crashes, they'll be discouraged from planting next year. So there's always a lag between policy and effects, but we've put the policies in place. It takes 12 weeks to grow corn. It takes 12 weeks to grow rice. We've pushed out money into rice. We've pushed out money into corn. We've pushed money into fertilizer. So we expect food prices to begin to correct themselves and come back down. And again, I think I addressed the issue of fertilizer. The problem with fertilizer was that the big fertilizer producers, Notori and so on, had not been paid for 2 years, and they were unable to produce. We've corrected that. Senator Bruce asked how much, the question about the constituency projects being 100 billion. I believe that the 60 billion came from the question of Senator Bassi. So I just answered his question. He mentioned 60 billion as constituency projects, and that's where I got that figure from. If the figure is 100, it's 100. But the point remains, anything in the budget needs to be implemented. Otherwise, there's really no point in putting a budget together. And I think that's the position of the executive. Senator Dino also mentioned China. I must correct you that I didn't actually travel to China with the President. I wasn't on that trip. I was actually in Washington. But I know Mambila was discussed, and I know that the Mambila projects, they have finalized the negotiations with the 3 contractors, got them to harmonize, and I believe the funding plan is being pursued as we speak, because that's a very strategically important project for our power supply, and we're committed to doing it. The question from Senator Bruce, how much do we earn as foreign exchange? Unfortunately, I'm not able to give you a figure on that because it would be the central bank governor that would know the answer to that. But the point you make about Ajaokuta, and I think it's the same point that Senator Yusuf mentioned about our propensity to import being very high, and the fact that if we're not careful, much of what we're spending from budget will end up chasing foreign exchange. We've tried to mitigate that risk. So, for example, where ministries, departments and agencies are requesting for money for cars, we have stepped those down in favor of construction projects, because our focus is getting Nigerians back to work. So that's why our focus was on works, on buildings where they will employ Nigerians, where most of the requirements are locally sourced, and that's been a criteria in our cash releases. Of course, we'll get round to cars and other things, but we're mindful of the fact that we don't produce cars, but we do have enough materials to be able to do our roads and to be able to do our essential infrastructure. The question about Ajaokuta is a very, very important one, but it's one of the things that transport are also looking at. We need the rail to connect to Ajaokuta, because there's no point in producing steel if the cost of transporting it will be prohibitive. So the rail project that is going, the Kano-Kaduna rail project, there's a spur that is going to Ajaokuta, because there is really no point in producing steel if by the time you move it, it's more expensive than imported steel. So there's a holistic thinking going on around there. And also the point around using local content, which I think was also the point raised by Senator Yusuf. I know that the Minister of Transport in his negotiations with the Chinese has insisted on local content. He has actually gone through the contract and pulled out areas and insisted that local content must be there for much of it. So I think there's going to be a change in the way that contract is going to be executed. The issue about transport policy, I fully agree. Senator Gumel's point about toll gates, absolutely, and I think I mentioned in my presentation that we're revisiting a lot of the PPP projects. Any project, our view is that any government money, we don't have enough. So where we can attract private money, we must do so. And of course, toll roads are opportunities that attract private capital. And I know that the Minister for Power, Works and Housing is very keen to get roads that are tollable into private hands so they can be run and maintained properly. Senator Obina's point about the Rio Olympics, sorry sir, with respect, your information may not be correct, because I spoke to the Director of Finance and Admin in Ministry of Youth and Sports this morning. He confirmed that he has about 560 million in his account and he's already started dispersing, and the balance is coming in. So maybe you called him before we called him, but we spoke to him actually while we were waiting to come in here to confirm that he had the funds and he's been funded, and the balance will be coming. The question about propensity to import being very high, I think that's a structural and cultural change that all of us have to embrace, which is, where possible, we need to patronize made in Nigeria. And I think one of the things that the government is going to be doing is that cultural reorientation around foreign is not necessarily better, and where we can eat, drink, wear what is local, we really need to do so. We need to engage in economic patriotism. Every other country does it, and I think Nigeria now needs to get on board. We cannot continue to import everything.
I think I don't know unless anybody has still pushed to distinguished colleagues, I think you agree with me. She's been here now and she has taken over 28 questions, and I don't think it's a one-off item. We are continuing to be engaging the Minister of Finance on some of these issues, and I think we should be fair to her. She will come back again for further briefing. She has made some commitments as regards certain things, and I think let us wait and see and hold her to those commitments, and then we'll come back to her on those issues. Sir, come and take care. Paul, thank you for your contribution. Leader of the service.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, I move that we revert to plenary to report progress. I so move.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion moved by the leader that we revert to plenary in order to report progress. I so second.
Plenary report progress. Say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate in the Committee of the Whole was briefed by the Honorable Minister of Finance on the federal government fiscal policies, challenges faced in the decline of revenue, positive progression of economic recovery through waste reduction, infrastructure development, agriculture incentive. She also solicited for legislative assistance on UBEC Act amendment and prompt oversight function. Thereafter, she answered questions from the senior senators on the fiscal policies plus economic recovery strategies. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, in view of the fact the fifth order of the day is supposed to be, or the fourth order of the day is supposed to be consideration of report on the Joint Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petition, Appropriation, Finance in respect of complaint of distinguished Senator Matthew Oregide against Mr. David Babachi, the Secretary to the Government. Unfortunately, the chairman of the committee is not here, so we stand down this item and move to the next one. I so move.
Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion that we stand down that item and move to the next. I so second.
Those in favor that we stand that item to another legislative, they say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Colleagues. Move.
Mood of the Senate.
The mood is good here. Mr. President, the fifth order of the day is the resumption of the consideration of the report on the Committee on Land Transport on the Nigerian Railway Corporation Act 1955, Repeal and Reenactment Bill. Distinguished colleagues, you will recall that further consideration of the report at the Committee of the Whole was deferred at close 20 to another legislative day on Thursday, July 26. With your permission, Mr. President, I wish to move and beg that we resolve into the Committee of the Whole to resume the consideration of the report in view of the importance of this bill and the fact that we are closing on, we are supposed to close today for a long vacation. Please, I encourage your indulgence for us to take it. We are on close 20. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, I rise to second the motion with amendment that we accept the report and stand it down to the next legislative day. I so second. In view of the mood of the Senate.
Minority Leader, second the motion. Second the motion and then we put the question.
Okay, I hereby second the motion. I so second.
Thank you, my distinguished colleagues. Those in favor that we resume the Committee of the Whole to consider the report, say aye. Distinguished colleagues, I think they're distracted. I repeat the question. Those in favor for us to resolve Committee of the Whole, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. distinguished colleagues, we will take note of the close call and keep it as brief and short as possible because it was a very close call. Distinguished colleagues, if you remember, we stopped at clause 21. So clause 21, those in favor that clause 21 should stand as part of the bill as recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 22, those in favor that clause 22(1) A to O should stand part of the bill as recommended. Say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 21(2). Clause 22(2). Those in favor that clause 22(2) stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 23. Those in favor that clause 23 as amended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against nay. The ayes have it. Clause 24. Clause 24. Those in favor that clause 24 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 25. Those in favor that clause 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, you have it, huh? 34 and 35, those in favor that's clause 30 to 35 as recommended stands part of bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 36. Those in favor that clause 36, 37 is 38, 39, 40 is recommended as stands part bill as recommended. Say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 41. Have it now. They told you to ask you to bring it. Clause 41, 42, 43, 44. Those in favor that clause 41 to 44 as recommended stands part of bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 45, 46, 47. Those in favor that was 45, 46, 47 as recommended stands part of bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Chairman, clause 48. Clause 48. Those in favor of clause 48 as amended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 49. Clause 49. Those in favor of clause 49 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 50. Okay, if we get the motion, if we get the vote to it. Clause 50. Those in favor of clause 50 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 51. Those in favor of clause 51 as recommended stands part of bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 52. Those in favor of clause 52 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 53. Those in favor of clause 53 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 54 now on page 94. Clause 54. Those in favor of clause 54 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 55 and 56. Those in favor of clause 55 and 56 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 57. Clause 57. Those in favor of clause 57 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 58. Those in favor of clause 58 stands part of the bill. As recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 59. Clause 59, those in favor of clause 59 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 60. Those in favor of clause 60, as recommended, stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 61. Those in favor of clause 61, as recommended, stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 62. Yeah, 60, yeah?
3. I don't know whether the use of the word partially or partly is the most appropriate provision, because it says where a concession or other private sector participation or any rights therein is assigned wholly or partially. It should be wholly or partly. Yes, sir. Yes, 61, 3. 103. Any reason for partially? No, wait. Let's know the reason first.
Partially. The concession can be partly. Clause 62. Those in favor of 62 as recommended, stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 63. Clause 63. Those in favor of clause 63 as recommended.
Clause 63 is assuming as if the minister is the chairman of the board, and is talking of policies that the minister shall formulate. I believe that the board ought to have the primary role of doing the formulation in consultation with him, not the other way around. What we have here is that the minister shall, in formulating or reviewing policies for the railway sector, consult with and have the regard to the
That's correct.
representation of relevant stakeholders in the railway sector.
That's correct. It's not a board that formulates policies.
This new section is included.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I think this clause should be there. The new insertion is just to ensure that the government, whichever government is in power, will have a representation, and it is the policy of that government that the ministry will be discussing with the stakeholders. So it has nothing to do with the powers of the board.
Let me put the question then. Those in favor that clause 63 as recommended stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 64. 64. Yes, Utazi. Senator Utazi.
Mr. Chairman, if you go to 64, subsection 2, if any person carries upon or delivers for carriage by the railway any such dangerous offensive goods without basically declaring the nature of the same, he shall be liable of conviction to a fine not exceeding 100. Okay.
Clause 64. Those in favor that clause 64. Senator Nala. Please, sir.
It's not too neat in donating power of regulation to give the two powers of economic and safety regulation to the same body, because where are we going to draw the thin line where the economic interests will not affect the regulatory one? You are regulating and then you are equally regulating the economic aspect. What's the reason for it? Because we want to be sure. Why are we going to draw the thin line? The economic regulations and then the...
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, sir, I think if we look at the example of Nigeria Communications Commission, the issue of economic regulation has to do with the fixing of rates and the bandwidth. And if you look at the side of the safety regulation, we are talking about, issues relating to the health of the consumer. So I don't see how those two aspects should be removed from the regulator. The regulator in the form of Nigerian Railway Commission, which will be in place by the time we finish this bill.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I just want to emphasize that regulation comes in two parts, really. You can't separate the economic and the regulation itself in terms of the policies of what needs to be done in the sector. So I think it should remain as it is in the proposal.
No matter how you try to resolve this issue, they are mutually repellent. You are regulating a sector, and you are equally vested with the economic regulation and safety. So where do we draw your line on your interest on the economic regulation and then your interest on the safety? How do we draw a line there? If you continue to regulate it in such a way that it gives you economic advantage, we can't say no.
And you can compromise safety.
Sir, once the two are put together, safety and economy, they cannot go together, sir. Because it's very difficult to draw the thin line between your decision to have maximum benefit for the economy while jeopardizing safety. So you have to regulate one and allow others to regulate the other. But if you are regulating the two, sir, then we can as well say that, well, for the purpose of economic interest, you jettison safety, and therefore you continue to regulate in such a manner that you take maximum benefit from the economic. That is the situation. You can't regulate the two.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the same vein, when you look at the other side of the coin, are you saying the operator should be in charge of safety? The operator easily can compromise safety. Equally, the operator can increase to be able to generate more funds. So the appropriate authority to do it is the regulatory body, which is the Nigerian Railway Commission in this particular case. Thank you, sir.
Stands part of the last recommendation, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 65. clause 65? Those in favor that clause 65 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 66. Clause 66. Those in favor that clause 66 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 67. Those in favor that clause 67 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 68. Those in favor that clause 68 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 69. Those in favor that clause 69 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 70. Those in favor that clause 70 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 71. Those in favor that clause 71 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 72. Those in favor that clause 72 stands part of the bill say aye as recommended. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 73. Those in favor that clause 73 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 74. Those in favor that clause 74 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 75. Those in favor that clause 75 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 76. Yes, 76. Deputy Leader.
Makes provision for suspension of license and then giving duration. Now, if you are suspending a license, you must equally give the reasons. The reasons for the suspension before the time. Yes, you must give reasons and then the duration. But you cannot just suspend without giving reason and then give the duration, because the reasons will determine whether the duration given is reasonable or unreasonable.
Here's what you are amending to replace it.
In the event of the suspension of the license, the railway regulator shall give reasons and communicate to the licensee the duration of the suspension. Yes. And we must give time too.
Read it again, sir.
In the event of the suspension of the license, starting now. In the event of the suspension of the license, the railway regulator shall give reasons and communicate to the licensee the duration of the suspension within 2 weeks from the date of the suspension.
Is anybody seconding this? Yeah, Taz.
Senator Chukwuko Taze, Enugu North Central District. I support the amendment of Section 76 as proposed by Deputy Leader. I feel second.
Those in favor that clause 76 should read, in the event of the suspension of a license, the railway regulator shall give reasons to to the and communicate to the licensee shall give reasons and communicate to the licensee the duration of the suspension within 2 weeks from the date of suspension. Those in favor that 76 be amended and downstand part of this say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 77. Clause 77 stands part of bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 78. Clause 78, those in favor, clause 78 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 79.
So again, this may not encourage investment because it says in the event that a license that operates on such route refuses or fails to fulfill the terms of the license in relation to the provision of the railway services without reasonable cost. We must put that there, sir. Otherwise, it exposes the investor to unreasonable exercise of power by the authority. Yes. Yes. Have you seen it, sir?
In the event that a licensee that operates on such route refuses or fails to fulfill the terms of its license in relation to the provision of the railway services without reasonable cost. Chairman, Senator John on here.
Mr. Chairman, John First River Central. Mr. Chairman, if you look at that 79B, in the event that a licensee that operates on such route refuses or fails to fulfill the terms of its license, doesn't that answer the addition that the deputy leader is trying to put to this clause? Because it's always in relation to the terms of that license that is going to be judged. It's nothing extraordinary. He already has, whatever he has entered into, and whether he's going to, whatever penalties are going to depend on the terms of what he has signed.
1 minute, sir. I want to add something to it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, sir, if we start reading from 79, we will know that the amendment that is being proposed, or the addition, is not quite necessary. It is not necessary, sir. The railway regulator shall, subject to its licensing procedures, have the power to license any person to provide railway services on any route. A, in the event that a licensee that operates on such route is unable to provide railway services or has had his license suspended or revoked. That forms the reasons. Those ones forms the reasons before you come to B. So adding another for justifiable cause will just be repeating the same thing that you are taking care of.
mine was just a slight typographical miss there on that B. In the event that a licensee that operates on such route refuses or fails to fulfill the terms of its license in relation to the provision, the word of or the is not there. I said in relation to the provision railway services. It should be of railway services.
You see, sir, taking technically, sir, I don't want to go. You see, if an investor is investing in the country, he is entitled to legal advice. And the legal advice must be given in such a way that he knows that his investment is secure. So if we provide a law where you cannot justify under the law that the investment is secure, the man is not going to come. Let me give you an example. If I decide that the terms of my license says I'm going to operate the railway from here to Lagos, and for whatever reason, Avengers say they are going to stop the railway somewhere in Makwa, I have not failed. So in law, we don't even say refusing. We say fail and neglect. These are the two words used. So I'm even trying to help you to conserve the word refuser. But the normal thing will have been fail and or neglect.
Yes, introduce.
Yeah, sorry, Chairman. Again, John Owana, Post Central. I think there are two sides to this. You want to protect the investor, but you also want to protect the regulator. I mean, you must also protect. When you add too many of these and you are giving too much excuses to the investor at the detriment of the regulator, I mean, the terms of the contract, the terms of the agreement would normally outline a few of these bits and pieces that cannot be contained in this clause. So I think that as long as it is being made in relation to the terms of the agreement, I think that we need to protect both here.
I think let me put the question. Those in favor that 79A stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. No, that's A. That's it. Now 79B. Those in favor of 79B as recommended stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So Secretary, take note of the those in favor that 79C stands part of the bills as recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 80. Those in favor of clause 80 as recommended stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 81. The 81, Senator Dino Milai.
Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, Dino Milai, Kogi West. 81.1. Say, subject to subsection 2 of this section, the government of a state or a local government shall have the power to construct and operate railway and develop railway infrastructure for the provisions of railway services within the territory of the state or local government. I want to say that for states that are viable, like Lagos, they may want to operate outside their states. So this law will limit them to operating within their state despite proximity to other states. So I'm proposing that instead of saying within, we can say within and outside their territories, once with the caveat that once there is, or local government, once there is an MOU, provided there is an MOU with agreement with the other states. Because a zone can decide to say they want to have a zonal rail structure. So, but this will limit them to just their states and local governments.
Chairman.
Yeah. Any second to that, then Senator Bayo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I second the motion of amending this clause as proposed by Senator Dino Malai.
Last, maybe to read, subject to subsection 2 of this section, the government of a state or local government shall have the power to construct and operate railway and develop railway infrastructure for the provisions of railway services within and outside the territory of the state or local government, provided there is an agreement with other states
or local government.
Sir?
With the regulator, not other states.
No.
Once you put the within and outside is fine, because all other things are covered in other sections. Okay. So I read the amendment. Subject to subsection 2 of this section, the government of the state or local government shall have the power to construct and operate railways and develop railway infrastructure for the provision of railway services within and outside the territory of the state or local government. Those in favor of this clause as amended should stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 81-2, 81-2, 81-3, 81-4. Yeah, 81, yes, and John Quinn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was trying to draw the wisdom on the fact that the Railway Corporation certainly is under the exclusive legislative list. Insofar as this amendment is concerned, I was wondering this particular clause 81, where rights and authority is divested to states and local governments to construct railway lines and businesses in sort of parallel line. I am not very sure. I just want an explanation on that and to make sure we are not running into, or it has been removed.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, my distinguished colleagues, legally speaking, the point made by Senator Mungui is quite relevant, but I think it's something that the Deputy Senate President must take cognizance of in the amendment that we are proposing in the Constitution. Because what it has been removed. It has already been removed. Yes, because what was impeding development of railway was the idea of this exclusivity. And so if we do not allow, we will not have proper deregulation. And then it's going to be concurrent. It's going to be concurrent. I could do it. So that's accepted. No, I would have done it if it was allowed.
You will be doing reviews and not rules. Those in favor that 81, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 stands part of the bill as recommended, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 82, those in favor that 82 as recommended stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 83, these 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103. Okay, I take it to 100. Those in favor that clause 83 to 100 as recommended stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 101. Is that 101? Distinguished colleagues, Those in favor are 101 to 116. 115, 101 to 115. As recommended, stands part of this, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 116. Those in favor are 116, as recommended, stands part of this, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 117. Those in favor are 117, as recommended, stands part of this, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 118. Those in favor are 118, as recommended, stands part of this, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 119. Those in favor are 119, stands part of the, as recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 120. Those in favor are 120, as recommended, stands part of bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 121. Those in favor are 121, stands part of the bill, as recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 122. Those in favor are 122, as recommended, stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 123. Yes, Senator Abdullah Sabi.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 123B. Is it? No, 123(2)A. It says, exercise its power under Section 48 of this bill and grant a license to another person to provide the required service together with the railway operator. I'm afraid this is looking, because let it not be that the railway, the authority, will just go straight. I've not seen where there is a provision that we ask him to do one or two due diligence to ensure that he's not taking this action just irrationally. So I wouldn't know. Maybe the chairman can.
The earlier amendments have taken care of that.
Because like in the earlier amendment, I think we tried to do the same thing. And here it's not linked to that earlier amendment. So I wouldn't know how. Maybe the chairman can highlight.
Chairman, we're going to guide us.
Mr. Chairman, I don't really understand what Senator Sabi is really driving at. Because already exercise is power under the Section 48 of this bill. That exercise, that Section 48 has explained everything that has to be done in that particular area. Are you following me? Of course, you cannot do it without carrying along the operator. You have to inform the operator. Maybe another member, Mr. Chairman, Senator Abdullah.
So I put the question in. Those in favor that clause 1, 2, 3 as recommended stands part of this, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 124. Those in favor that clause 124 as recommended stands part of this, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 125. Those in favor that clause 125 stands part of the bill as recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 126. Those in favor that clause 126 stands part of the bill as recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 127. Those in favor that clause 127 as recommended stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 128. Those in favor that clause 128 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 129. Those in favor that clause 129 stands part of the bill as recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 130. Those in favor that clause 130 stands part of the bill as recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Specific to the railway sector. Clause 131. Those in favor that 131 as recommended stands part to bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 132. Clause 132. Those in favor of clause 132 stands part of the bill as recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 133. Those in favor of clause 133 stands part of the bill as recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 134. Those in favor of 134 stands part of the bill as recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 135. Those in favor of clause 135 as recommended stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 136. Senator Gobi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. My name is Senator Gobi from Sokoto. So this 136, if we take it, it will negate the intention of having railway in all the villages and nooks and corners of this country. Because what they are saying is that any railway operator providing a railway service on an unprofitable route within the national railway network may recommend to the authority that the service concerned be discontinued or become subject to a public service obligation. So I believe, I don't see the reason to discontinue this, because what we want is to make sure everywhere we have services. Because at the end of the day, people will say, well, only Lagos, Port Harcourt and other areas can be profitable, and therefore they will discontinue the services. So I think that is going to eliminate this A part.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Chairman, sir, we have to take this question out of context in the sense that let us look at when we were operating Nigeria Airways. You know, most of all these corporations and businesses that government got into, that was how they died natural deaths. So in this case, I think we should let this stay there, because the bottom line is for any business or investor that is coming in to make money out of the business. And I am sure where the operators, the investors are not coming in, the local government or the state government will take it up and build such facilities within their areas as a form of subsidized something for them. That's the way I see it.
Mr. Chairman, my name is John Ono, Kosovo Central. Mr. Chairman, I think there is nothing wrong with this session, especially when you look at the B. I think the B comes in to salvage whatever fears that Senator Godwin has expressed, because it's either to be discontinued or it becomes a subject to a public service obligation. I think that B, remedies whatever hopeless headless that was being expressed. So I think there's nothing wrong with this section, sir. No, come on. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, my friend Owen Eno has answered it, but if you go to section 137 that we are going to come to, he has explained what public service obligation means. And I want us here to understand that in everything we do in transport system, if world over, there are areas that are unprofitable. And the civilized climes, they make do. They cover such a lot for corporate social responsibility. Everything will not be just profitable. In such areas, government take over in order to carry people along. So the section 137 has done that, but even in the section 137, they give a lot of explanations, trying also to give reasons why some may not be. So I have to say.
And Senator Jones, so I put the question. Those in favor that clause 136 as recommended stands part to be say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 137. Those in favor that clause 137 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 138. Clause 138, those in favor that clause 138 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 139, those in favor that 139 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 140, those in favor that 140 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 141. Clause 141, those in favor that clause 141 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 142, those in favor that 142 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 143, those in favor that 143 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 144, those in favor that 144 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 145. Those in favor of 145 as recommended stands part of bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 146. Those in favor of clause 146 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 147. Those in favor of clause 147 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 148. Those in favor of clause 148 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 149. Those in favor of 149 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 150. Those in favor of clause 150 as recommended there stands part of the bill say aye. Those against it. The ayes have it. Leader, want to report progress or you want to? Let's put it. Okay, clause 150. But Ashava needs support. Okay, clause 150, clause 151, 152, 153, 154, 155. Those in favor, clause 151 to 155, as recommended, stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Okay, clause 156. Let's look at 156. Since that one has to do with land. Favor that clause 156 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162. Those in favor that this stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170 stands part of the bill as recommended. Say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 171. Clause 171. Yeah, Senator Tazi.
This with the customer code, and you know, if you don't have section 165 form, if you don't satisfy customers properly, they may leave, and if they leave, the business will not stand. And the code there, the code stipulates what the customers expect to get from this business, and they say they are going to publish it. Number 4, section 4. Upon the preparation, that's 232. Upon the preparation of a customer code and subsequent ratification by railway regulator, the customer code shall be published by the railway operator and notice of the publication shall be advertised in at least one national daily. One is not enough. I'm meaning that at least in 2 national dailies. Because 1, it wouldn't be enough to go around. 2. So I'm amending it that upon the appropriation of a customer code and subsequent ratification by the railway regulator, the customer code shall be published by the railway operator, and notice of the publication shall be advertised in at least 2 national daily newspapers. Second.
Sorry. Mr. Chairman, John Oranono, Crossover Center. I second the amendment of that section to indicate 2 national dailies.
I read Section 1654. Upon preparation of the customer code and subsequent ratification by the railway regulator, the customer code shall be published in the railway by the railway operator, and notice of the publication shall be advertised in at least 2 national daily newspapers. Those in favor of clause 165.4 as amended to be part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. There is aye. Yeah. Yes.
Abets, assists, counsels, or procures any act or mission referred to in subsection 1 of this section commits an offense and shall be liable on conviction to a fine not less than 200,000 naira or to imprisonment for a term not less than 6 months, or to both such fine and imprisonment. 200,000 naira is too small to act as a deterrent. Page 234, 662. So I am recommending. I'm proposing amendment that it should read any person who.
Second. Deputy Leader, are you seconding?
I'm only trying to say that. Sir? No, sir. We cannot put 200. We can neither do it. It's not good to put the 200 or the 500. It's better to say fine, so that it gives the discretion to the judge to determine what fine to be imposed based on the.
Yes, Senator Yaya. Second 500,000. So I put the question in. Any person who is abets, assists, counsel, or procures any act of omission referred to in subsection 1 commits an offence that is reliable on the conviction to a fine of not less than 500,000 or imprisonment of a term not less than 6 months or both to such fine and imprisonment. Oh, 1 year? Okay. 12 months. Those in favor of section 1662 as amended, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 167.
You go to subsection 3. This one talks about brokenness while on locomotive service. We know the story in the past in Europe where we have such issue. So where an employee having the responsibilities described under subsection 1 of this section does not submit to a breath test or provide a blood or urine sample when requested to do so, such employee commits an offense and shall be liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 50,000 naira. this is ridiculous. You know, or to imprisonment for a term, not exceeding 6 months to vote. 5 years. So we are.
1B also has the same. Okay, the recommended Senator Tazi is bringing forward for section 1671B is to say that an employee who has found to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol while on duty commits an offense and shall be subject to the dismissal, did you say? That's and prosecution. Huh? So just leave dismissal then. Okay, any seconder to this? Yeah.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, members, I'd like to second the proposal that such employees should be subject to dismissal. And no more. I second.
Those in favor that section 167B 167B and 167B should read that we found under influence what shall be subject to dismissal. Full stop. It can only be one, either or. So I'll put the question for dismissal. Those in favor of section 1671B be part of the as amended. Say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Section to which one? Yeah, go on. Look at the
as a result of such behaviors. Maybe we are that, he's not been checked, he's drunk, and an accident happens. So that's why I'm saying that we have not, that is a different issue together. It's not necessary here? No, it's not. It's not related. Okay. No problem. It's okay.
The Swedish colleagues, let's make progress. Section 1673. What are we recommending for 1673? Because this is a case of where he just refuses to submit. I think that cannot be dismissed if you submit to. So. Okay. Deputy Leader,
No, I won't take you back, but we should make laws that are workable. We have already said we can't, in the law, prescribe dismissal for failure to submit. Yes, sir. But you see, sir, when 50,000 was prescribed as punishment, it is because it took into account. No, sir. It takes into account the ability to pay. If a laborer whose salary is so you take everybody to prison, how do you operate with you?
Distinguished colleagues, I think we have separated the issue of drunkenness from the issue of not subjecting yourself to a test, urine test or blood test. So I think that the fines are different. We have said in the first one that it should be dismissal. So in this one, then, are we of the opinion that what is being recommended should stay as proposed? Okay, so distinguished colleagues, there's a recommendation. Who is seconding the recommendation of 100,000? Senator Dini Milai. Okay, I put the question. Those in favor that section 1673 as amended should be part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 168, those in favor that 168, 169, and 170 stand part of the bill as recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 171. Those in favor that 171 stands part of the bill as recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 172, 173, 172. Those in favor that 172 stands part of the bill as recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 173. Yes, Senator Gubri.
So we are still talking about the same thing. To serve as the deterrent, we have to increase the fine here. They have a fine of not exceeding 25,000, which is the same thing that we finished. So I think we have to make it about 100 or 200,000. It's too small. It's too small. Okay, 200,000. It's too small.
Ticket. So 100,000? Senator Marafa?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we have to look at this unauthorized sales of tickets is a very grievous problem, because people can make a lot of money from the sales. So if you make this penalty very light, people can be encouraged to venture into it because they are not. So we need to increase the fine and add prison sentence. Yes. So maybe I suggest that maybe we put $1 million and a prison term of not less than 5 years imprisonment, because this thing can bring down the whole this thing. We have seen it happen in several other places where people will print their ticket and sell and bring down the whole industry. So we have to make it
1 million and 5 years. Okay, 1 million and 5 years. The second and second.
Yes, sir. I want to second, but sir, before I second, if he sells ticket of 5 million and you are now giving a fine of 1 million to him, what happens to the 4 million that is in his pocket? That is the problem. I think in addition, he has to refund. First, he has to refund all the tickets that he has sold, and with a fine of 1 million.
Yes. And to hostel centers.
Okay, let me read the recommendation which I think we are trying to say here. Any person who sells any unauthorized or fake ticket or free pass or any person thereof in order to enable any other person to travel therewith on the train shall be guilty of an offense under this bill, and on conviction shall be liable to a fine of 1 million naira. Refund, did you say? Or a prison term of 5 years, or both such fine and imprisonment. But then there's the issue of the refund. No, okay. Let me put the question. They are the same. Yes. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, Dinomilai Kogi West, I am aware that this particular crime in some other civilized countries of the world does not carry fine. It should be imprisonment of a stipulated period of time without fine. It's a very grievous offense that you are breaking into the economy of either that state, local government, or country. And if you don't have a very severe punishment, they will be printing their ticket and take the option of always paying the fines. And you will not be able to articulate the number of sales of fake tickets they have done. But if they know that they have no alternative of paying fines, they are going to prison, then it becomes a very punitive measure. So I am proposing an option of jail and reform without fine.
First of all, we have an amendment. Let's put the question on the amendment. Then we can come. Give us legal advice.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, my distinguished colleagues, Marafa, the leader is on the floor. Mr. Chairman, unless we separate, I know we are, I take cognizance of the time, but we have to make a law that we can repeat. Unless we separate the issue of fake tickets from the issue of assisting somebody to travel, then we will be using a sledgehammer to punish an offense. I'll give you an example. If an operator sees a child of 5 years at the if an operator or a worker at the railway station sees a school child that has no money in his pocket and assists that child to travel without ticket by pushing the child into the train, if you arrest that operator and tell that operator to pay 1 million naira or go to prison for 5 years, it's not the same thing as an offense of printing fake tickets. So I think we should separate it and make the idea of fake ticket totally different, because that's an economic sabotage, that's an economic crime. Because when we lump them together and say somebody who helps another to travel, there could be something on compassionate ground that you see a school child who is crying, maybe the child has been separated from the mother. No, but I'm saying that the idea of economic crime must be taken very seriously. This idea of fake ticket should be taken simplicity. Wait, order. Senator Malaba, keep quiet. Sir, the legal position on sentencing policy is that even where you prescribe imprisonment term without option of fine, the judge is exercising his discretion. For example, who is saying not correct? Do you know? Only belongs BL. That's what I'm former magistrate. And you are saying it's not correct. No, sir, the legal position is that even where punishment is prescribed without option of fine, the judge is under obligation to exercise his discretion, and in doing so, he must take into account that somebody is a first offender. And if he does so and passes the sentence, on appeal, it will be an excessive punishment, and there are a lot of authorities to that effect. DSP. Yes, sir. Yeah, first of all, sir, in the policy of conviction, sir, the conviction itself. Conviction itself, irrespective of the number of years or the fine, comes with its own burden. You know, so there are certain things you cannot do because you are an ex-convict. So it has its own punishment, it has its own effect. So I think, sir, that we must give the judge with some discretion in this matter. So the earlier proposal of a fine or imprisonment, I think is much better. Yes, sir.
of 173 as amended, now read it out. We have only one option that has a proposal and a seconder, which is to say any person who sells any authorized or fake ticket or free pass or any portion thereof in order to enable any other person to travel therein on a train shall be guilty of an offence under this bill, and on a conviction shall be liable to a fine not exceeding 1 million naira or to an imprisonment of a term not exceeding 5 years or to both for such fine and imprisonment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Section 174, 175. Those in favor that 174, 175, 176. 17. Okay, let's take 174. Those in favor 174 as recommended. 17. Yeah, Senator Barrow. 174. Those in favor 174. Those in favor 174 recommend as include part of that, so can say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 175. Yeah, Senator Barrow. Senator
I think the penalty here is also very small. It should also be increased to at least 200,000 naira.
No, 500,000.
500,000? 500,000.
Okay. Let me put the question. Those in favor that 175 as amended should stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181 should, as recommended, stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 182.
Yes, I think 182 is vague, sir. I don't understand because it said, I'll just read the concluding part. It only says that shall be deemed to be guilty of that offense and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly. According to what? It's supposed to be definitive. It's supposed to be defined.
It's been mentioned earlier.
We're on page 247, 182. Page 247, 182.
The objection from Senator Marafa is about accordingly. It has been spelled out before you got here. Those amendments earlier done are those conditions that will be applied as punishment.
So those in favor of was 182 as a comment stands part of the say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Yes.
Everything we are doing here. I'm sorry, I have to take you to false returns. This is at the end of the day, after doing all the business, you do your returns. Whether you are failed, you sold only 2 tickets, sold 100 tickets and declared the 20. Returns. Any person who makes either knowingly or recklessly any statement which is false in any material particular, in any return, claim or other document which is required or authorized to be made to a railway operator commits an offense against this bill and is liable on conviction to a fine not less than 200,000 naira or to imprisonment for a term not less than 6 months or to both such fine and imprisonment. We are talking about returns.
we are charging 1 million naira. We are charging, but the entire return at the end of the day. Not also, to no less than 200 is too small.
Could be intentional, it could be, because it must give some discretion. Let's go to 182. Those in favor of done at 183. Those in favor of 183, as your comment stands part of this, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 184. One 185, 186. Those in favor that as of this stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 187. 188. Those in favor that 187, 188 as recommended stands part of this bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 189. 189 and 190. Those in favor that 189 and 190 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 191, 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197. Those in favor that as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 198. Those in favor that 198 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 199. Those in favor that 199 stands part of the bill as recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 200. Those in favor that 200 as recommended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 201. 2017. Yes, Senator Taz, is it?
Chairman, 2017. So the railway regulator shall grant a license contemplated in this bill unless it finds that the applicant is not capable of or is unwilling to operate any of the licensed activities in a manner that is consistent with the purposes and provision of this bill. And you say capable. Is not capable? It's vague. You see, you just say somebody is not capable. There must be condition for the person not being capable of being issued license to operate.
People go on training.
You know, you see?
Unless there's a schedule.
Chairman, let's hear from the chairman when he might say more light.
The conditions of issuance of the licenses would have been stipulated, and the capability or non-capability will be determined at that particular point by the regulator. Thank you, sir.
The question is, those in favor that clause 2.1 stands part of the last recommended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 202. 202, yep. So confused.
Sir, it's on page 263. Page 263, where it says, under opposite B, you will see the transport plan means 25 years strategic vision of the federal government for the Nigerian Railway Act may be amended from time to time. I want to add that subject to review after every 10 years, because 25 years is too long a period. Page 263. Transport master plan. You see, transport master plan. Subject to review after every 10 years. Because 25 years means in a decade you only do it four times.
Distinguished Senator. So I don't think that applies. I think that has already been defined much earlier, which we must have passed as a definitive transport master plan. So let me put the question. Those in favor that 202 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Short title 269. Those in favor that the short title, this bill shall be cited as the Nigerian Railway Authorization Act to repeal and reenacted Bill 2016 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Long title. Oh, okay. Sorry, before we go there, schedules, what are the schedules? What page? Schedules on 270. The schedule is 270. Those in favor that yeah, but what are the paragraphs there? I mean, those in favor that first schedule stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that second schedule stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that third schedule stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. And fourth schedule, those in favor that the fourth schedule stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Long title. Long title. A bill for an act to repeal the Nigerian Railway Corporation Act (CAP) N129 LFM 2004 and to enact the Nigerian Railway Act to provide for and the establishment of the Nigerian Railway Authority, the framework for private sector participation in the provision of rail services, the regulation of the railway sector, and for the related matters. Those in favor of the long title stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Distinguished colleagues, I move that we revert to plenary to report progress.
No, my
Your Excellency, distinguished colleagues, this is a time well spent. I rise to second the motion that we revert to plenary and report progress. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that we revert back to plenary report progress say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate, in the Committee of the Whole, resumed consideration of the report of the Committee on Land Transport on the Nigeria Railway Corporation Act 1955, repeal and reenactment Bill 2016, and approved as follows. Clauses 21 to 75 as recommended, Clause 76 as amended, Clause 76 to 80 as recommended, Clause 81 as amended, Clauses 82 to 164 as recommended, Clauses 165 to 167 as amended, Clauses 168 to 172 as recommended, Clause 173 as amended, 174 as recommended, 175 as amended, 176 to 202 as recommended, schedules as recommended, short title as recommended, long title as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleague, I move that this bill be now read the third time. I so move.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I second the motion that this bill be now read a third time.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that this bill be now read the third, those in favor that the bill for an act to repeal Nigerian Railway Corporation Act Cap N129, Laws of Federation Nigeria 2004, and enact Nigerian Railway Act by for regulation of the railway sector and for related matters be read the third time. Say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to repeal the Nigerian Railway Corporation Act, Cap N129, LFN 2004, and to amend the Nigerian Railway Act to provide for the establishment of the Nigerian Railway Authority, the framework for private sector participation in the provision of railway services, the regulation of the railway sector, and for related matters, 2016, third reading.
A bill for an act to repeal Nigeria Railway Corporation Act, Cap N129, LFN 2004, and to enact the Nigerian Railway Act to provide for the establishment of the Nigerian Railway Authority, a framework for private sector participation in the provision of rail services, the regulation of the railway sector, and for related matters 2015 is read the third time and passed. Distinguished colleagues, I want to thank all of us and the Transport Committee and everybody that have contributed in this very important bill. As you can see from the time, this is a bill that's over 50 years old, that's outdated, is not in line with modern economy. And we have said many times that if we are talking about infrastructure, any country that has developed has only been able to develop with a modern rail system. And I believe that what we've done today is really taking the bold step in moving Nigeria into the countries of where we have modern railway, private sector participation, and we have done the thing of the law that is outdated and replaced with a law that is more relevant and in line with today's needs. And hope with this we will see investment in the rail sector. I want to commend all those that have contributed to this exercise that we have seen today. I don't think there's any exaggeration that this bill definitely will have a great impact on our economy and some of the issues and ideas that we have for this country of ours. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the next order of the day is a motion. The next order of the day is a motion standing in the name of distinguished Senator Yusuf Abubakar Yusuf and 13 others on the need to investigate pre-shipment inspection export activities in Nigeria. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Yusuf Abubakar to move the motion.
Senator Yusuf.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion that you advised Senator Yusuf to move the motion. I so second.
Kubari Mala. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished colleague, what question? On the other paper, what question are we putting? It's already started. You will finish. Senator Yusuf, make it short and brief.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, distinguished colleagues. This motion is very, very important in the line of the current situation in this country today. I will quickly go through it so that we can pass, I can have supporters to pass the motion. The need to investigate pre-shipment inspection of export activities in Nigeria. I have co-sponsors, and I'll still go to the Senate notes that pre-shipment inspection of export means inspection of goods, including oil and non-oil in Nigeria, prior to the shipment of those goods outside Nigeria. The Senate is also aware that the period prior to the pre-shipment inspection of export of crude oil, gas was characterized by undervaluation, delays in issuance of invoices and payments of goods, sometimes up to 120 days, manipulation of crude oil prices, illegal swaps, deliberate illegal overloadings, topping up of tanker loads by as much as 1%, and other disturbing leakages and lapses. The Senate is also aware that the federal government instituted 2 panels of inquiries which were headed by Generals Abisoye and Olariwaju as far back as 1994 and 1995 respectively, to investigate and determine the truth or otherwise of the sharp practices. The 2 panels discovered serious leakages amounting to a loss of around 150,000 barrels of crude oil export per day. That is about 54.7 million barrels per year. This thing is happening today as well. Further aware that as a result of recommendation of this panel's pre-shipment inspection decree number 10 of 1996, which is now known as Pre-shipment Inspection of Export Act, Cap P226 laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 was enacted. Note that the purpose of Pre-shipment Inspection of Export Act is to instill probity, integrity, to reduce losses due to sharp practices of employees at the oil terminals, monitor the export activities of the joint venture oil companies and their agents to enforce effective supervision of loading and lifting of the Nigerian crude oil and non-oil export based on quantity, quality, and value of the product. Senate also notes that Section 11 of the Pre-shipment Inspection Act and Articles 26 of Export Policy Guidelines and Procedures of Crude Oil, Gas, and Non-Oil Goods of the Federal Ministry of Finance makes provision for repatriation of export proceeds within 90 days of bill of lading. Senate further notes that the Central Bank of Nigeria is empowered to administer the provisions of the Act and the supervision of technical committee comprising of 8 federal government agencies and ministries under the chairmanship. The Senate aware that the Act mandates Central Bank to establish special account and maintain same for the purpose of payment of levies payable by exporters of all oil and non-oil exports to meet the statutory requirements of the Nigerian Export Supervision Scheme. The Senate further aware that from the commencement of the implementation of the Act in April 1996 to March 2000, the following successes were recorded. These are: Nigeria saved huge sums of foreign exchange losses, reduction of diversion of crude oil from terminals, reduction of arbitration on prices, quality and quantity shortfall claims, and provision of on-the-job training, local seminars, and overseas training of officers working in designated government-relevant agencies. Our distinguished colleagues, Senate also worried that the joint venture oil companies have refused, I would emphasize, have refused to repatriate crude oil export proceeds of over $850 billion between 1996 and 2014. In total contravention of Section 11 of the Pre-Shipment Inspection Export Act and Article 26 of Export Policy Guidelines and Procedures for Crude Oil, Gas, and Non-Oil Goods of the Federal Ministry of Finance, which mandate exporters those to provide, as provided in Section 11. So, an exporter of goods, including petroleum products, shall open, maintain, and operate a foreign currency domiciliary account in Nigeria, into which shall be paid all export proceeds corresponding to the entire proceeds of the export concerned. And Article 26 of the guidelines provide those repatriation of export proceeds. Within 90 days from the date of export, all exporters, whether oil, gas, or non-oil, shall ensure that the export proceeds are repatriated and credited into their domiciliary account opened with a bank in Nigeria. It is the responsibility of Central Bank of Nigeria to monitor the repatriation of all export proceeds. Senate is further worried that there is no congruence in the data for Nigeria export earnings published by various relevant government agencies, namely Central Bank, Department of Petroleum Resources, National Bureau of Statistics, and on one hand, and with those of the other agencies. Senate is certain that the enforcement of this act and the pre-shipment of the violators and the punishment of the violators will certainly boost foreign exchange inflow and reduce pressure on the meager foreign exchange supply, which will go a long way in increasing foreign exchange liquidity in the economy, which will strengthen the value of the naira and to also generate more income for banks. This is very, very relevant and very, very crucial at this point in time. The Senate is concerned that in the period of microeconomic crisis characterized by unwarranted devaluation of the naira, where our dear country is exporting all in areas to survive, we cannot continue to allow operators of our survival kit ignore our laws and regulations with impunity. Accordingly, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the Senate resolved to mandate the Senate Committees on Finance, Trade and Investment, Oil and Gas, Petroleum Upstream, Banking and other financial institutions, Judiciary, Customs, and any other relevant committee to A, conduct investigative hearing as a matter of urgency to determine the exact amount of crude oil and gas and non-oil export proceeds unrepatriated since the inception of the Act in April 1996 to date. B, to ascertain why the relevant government agencies usually have conflicting data of same product value published in Nigeria on one hand, while those published by NNPC are different on the other. C, engage experts to conduct forensic reconciliation of the export proceeds of both crude oil, gas, and non-oil export into their domiciliary accounts since the inception of the program in 1996, and ascertain ascertain the exact amount due for repatriation. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate also resolved to engage experts to conduct forensic reconciliation of the accounts of the Nigerian Export Supervision Scheme and Comprehensive Importers Supervision Scheme domiciled with the Central Bank of Nigeria. This is very, very important and crucial as well. Senate resolves to investigate and ascertain the proper or otherwise of the usage of the payment into the Nigerian Export Supervision Scheme and Comprehensive Import Supervision Scheme. F, direct the Central Bank, which is saddled with the responsibility to administer the Nigerian Export Supervision Scheme under the Technical Committee, to forthwith comply strictly with the provisions of the Act and the guidelines for maximum benefit to Nigeria and Nigerians. Our distinguished colleagues, this thing is very, very important. As of today, we had on Tuesday what the CBN governor has said, and we heard what the minister has said today. We cannot sit down and then continue to look at our multinational oil companies refusing to repatriate. Whenever they intervene in the foreign exchange market, our naira appreciates. So they have obligation, irrespective of the cash calls arrangement that they have, to make sure that they repatriate according to the law of our land. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, and thank you, my colleagues. I appreciate for you to stay this long to listen to this motion item.
Distinguished colleagues, I think that we should be fair to everybody, and let's go straight to the prayers. Senator Bolwala Dada, second motion.
I have oil there.
Mr. President, my name is Senator Bonadada, representing people of the state, West. I stand to second this beautiful, well-prepared motion.
Yes.
Now, I have a support. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to prayers. Prayer 1. Mandate the Senate Committee on Finance, Trade and Investment, Oil and Gas, Petroleum, Upstream, Banking, Judiciary, Customs, and other relevant committee. 1. Conduct investigative hearing as a matter of urgency to determine the exact amount of crude oil, gas, non-oil export proceeds unrepatriated since the inception of the Act in 1996 to date. Those in favor of prayer 1, as prayer 1A, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 1B. Ascertain why the relevant government agencies usually have conflicting data on some product value published in Nigeria on one hand, while those published by NNPC are different in the other. Those in favor of prayer 1B, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 1C, engage experts to conduct forensic reconciliation of the export proceeds of both oil, gas, and non-oil exports into their domiciliary accounts since inception of the program in 1996 and ascertain the exact amount due for repatriation. Those in favor of this prayer say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 1D, engage experts to conduct forensic reconciliation of the accounts of Nigeria Export Supervision Scheme and Comprehensive Import Supervision Scheme domiciled with the Central Bank of Nigeria. Those in favor of prayer 1D say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 1E, investigate and ascertain the proper or otherwise of the usage of the payments into the Nigerian Export Supervision Scheme and Comprehensive Import Supervision Scheme. Those in favor of prayer 1E say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 1C, direct the Central Bank of Nigeria, which is saddled with the responsibility to administer the Nigeria Export Supervision Scheme under the technical committees to forthwith comply strictly with the provisions of the Act and the guidelines for maximum benefit to Nigerian Nigerians. Those in favor of 1F say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Any other additional prayer? Thank you very much, distinguished Senator, for the motion. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President and my distinguished colleagues, the next order of the day. Mr. President, may I now move that we stand down the remaining items on the order paper to another legislative day. I so move.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, in view of the items listed, may I reluctantly rise to second the motion that we stand down this beautiful item to the next legislative day. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that we stand down the other items on the other paper to another legislative day say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, three special announcements. One, as well aware that we will be going on our break, I want to appeal to the senators of our distinguished colleagues who have outstanding reports that are still pending, either on outstanding reports on bills, motions, or investigation. So please ensure that we use this period to ensure that these are all completed and submitted and be ready for the beginning of the next session. Because we still have, and also the annual reports of those heading committees, also to ensure the annual reports of our committees too are also ready before the next report, before we come back. Second special announcement, if you will recollect, there are a couple of our executive sessions and some of the reports recommended to us in leadership. So it's agreed that we will look at the issue of our committee compositions. Those are an ongoing process. Those are which we have completed. We will announce, as I'm making some announcements in light with that. Some changes in chairman position. Chairman Customs is now sent to Hope Uzodimma. Chairman Aviation is now sent to Adamu Ayero. Chairman Environment is now sent to Oluremi Tinubu. Chairman Petroleum Downstream is now sent to Kabiru Malafa. Chairman Tertiary Institution, Senator Barao Jibrin. Chairman Women Affairs is now sent to Binta Masi Garba. Chairman Public Procurement, Senator Joshua Darie. Chairman Solid Minerals, now sent to James Manager. Chairman Power is now sent to Ingna Balibe. Chairman Information and National Orientation is Senator Adukri. Chairman National Identity, Senator Nkui. Chairman Legislative Compliance, Senator Mowara. Chairman Rules and Business, Senator Babakaka Gabai. And Chairman Federal Character, Senator Tijani Kawa. And the following three Vice Chairman, Vice Chairman Marine Transport, Senator Gembe. Vice Chairman Land Transport, Senator Moagege. And Vice Chairman Downstream Petroleum, Senator Ajuda. And announcement from Senate Leader, there will be a meeting of the APC caucus at 8 p.m. Lake Chad Crescent, Mitama, Senate President Resident. Please be punctual. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate is hereby adjourned till 13th September, 10 a.m. prompt.